All right, everybody, like it or not, we are live. It is straight up 5:20 on this April the 13th. I think it's Wednesday, and we definitely have a lot of things to get to during this live update. We've been, watching the storm progress for several days now. We called this almost a week out, but I am joined right now by meteorologist Rich Lupia. He's on the bottom left of your screen. Rich, can you give me a sound check? How you doing, sir?
Test 1 2, test 1 2. Can you hear me just fine?
I can. It's good to hear you, and I appreciate you coming on. Of course, helping us with this tag team coverage. Man, this is a massive, massive storm system. It's going to be very interesting to see how things shake out. Already some active tornado warnings, and we don't want to wait too much longer because Mayfield, Kentucky is underneath one of those warnings right now. So we're going to go on over to radar and Rich,
yes.
Tell me what you've been watching this a little closer than I have because I had to actually get the show set up. But
yes, sir.
I've got our level 2 on right now. I'm going to investigate with level 2. Why don't you tell me what you're looking at?
Okay. Hold on a sec. Just give me a second.
So that's Mayfield, Kentucky, everybody, and everybody remembers what happened there back in December.
Yep, and I can tell you right now, the biggest thing that I need to tell you right now, that what is happening in Mayfield, Kentucky at this moment, there is the possibility that there is a tornado there, and if there is a tornado there that's going through Mayfield right now, it's moving through very fast, and there's nowhere near the signatures on this that there was back in December. But Mayfield, Kentucky getting hit with some severe thunderstorms right now. And I'm going to put up the reflectivity to show you the heavy, heavy downpours, frequent lightning, especially from the storm back towards the west, back towards Wingo, back towards Water Valley, heading back down 69 towards the Tennessee line and extending up north and east, up towards Benton and up towards Grand Rivers and up towards Reedland and up just south and east of Paducah. This is the area in which the tornado warned storm is. Now, if there is a tornado, it is not the monster of December. This would be much smaller. This would probably be a quick spin up. If anything, we'll go over to the velocities, and actually on the north side of Mayfield, right exactly, just on that last velocity scan, it does look like a little bit of velocity is starting to come together just a little bit. So there may very well be a funnel at this point in time. If you're in Mayfield, and especially to the north and east of Mayfield, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. And then I'm just going to flip over to the debris signatures. Not really anything convincing here on the debris signatures. At this point in time, if anything, the most the biggest thing that I'm seeing is the velocity, Jeremy, which is right here just on the north side of Mayfield.
Okay, and I've got this up if you want to go back to non-full screen.
Okay, got it.
There you go. Let's go back to Bobblehead Ridge. So there's Ridge,
Bobblehead.
And then there's full screen Ridge. Okay.
Okay.
So,
that's fine.
So as Rich was saying, and I 100% agree, there is no reason to think that this thing is anything compared to what happened back in December. So for those that have been kind of standing on edge because of this, there's nothing to worry about. You're looking at our new radar source, by the way. That's Radar Omega. Radar Omega, which I kind of like it. It's got a lot of cool little features to it. But that does show you where the warning area is. Will expand. Boy, this whole region is going to get pummeled. This whole region is going to get pummeled with severe weather. Storms are moving very, very quickly. And something that I think is very interesting we need to talk about, Rich. By the way, in the upper left-hand corner, that is the significant tornado risk area put out by the Storm Prediction Center along with radar. This is NOWAD radar. So top left, NOWAD radar, and that's SPC, significant tornado risk. which expanded. It includes Louisville, Kentucky, Evansville, Memphis to near Nashville, all the way down through Jackson and Monroe, Louisiana. Enormous area, by the way, that's going to be impacted by this storm. So what I want to show you guys is the visible satellite, and this is so important in a setup like this. And one of the biggest question marks that we had going into today was how much heating. How much heating were we going to see? You're taking a look at the visible satellite imager here. And I'm going to zoom on in a little bit closer, but obviously a powerful frontal feature, strong low pressure across the northern plains. But on the south side of that, right here across the Ohio River Valley, we are seeing that late day sunshine. It began a couple of hours ago, and it's underneath that we're seeing this really impressive instability developing. We're looking at Cape convective available potential energy now over 2,000 units for much of south central Kentucky. That's going to ride north into north central Kentucky and even into parts of southern Indiana. So we're going to have the instability factor as these storms surge to the east. It's going to be interesting to see what type of mode becomes the dominant mode. Will we see discrete supercells? Is it going to be primarily a line of storms? We know it's going to be a QLCS type of a line. That's a quasi-linear convective system. And within those, you can get individual supercells. You can get bowing segments. Either way you look at it, we're talking about the potential of destructive winds and likely tornadoes. This is, we got to buckle up here, my friend.
Yes, sir. It definitely looks like Tennessee, especially south of Louisville. That clearing looks very distinct. Sunshine. I mean, we're just over 80 degrees here in Greenville, South Carolina right now. Of course, our severe threat is nowhere near the threat that you guys have in the Ohio Valley, because by the time the front gets here tomorrow, besides the wrong time of the day, a lot of these impressive dynamics that's going along with that 2,000 Cape, that moderate to high level of instability that you guys have over the Ohio and Tennessee valleys right now. Impressive dynamics that's not really that's going along with it over the mountains once you get over the Appalachians and down here into the Carolinas. So our severe weather threat tomorrow here in the Carolinas is barely a bump on the radar compared to right now. It's only a marginal risk, and even at that may even be overblown.
Yeah. So obviously the severe threat really is focused right here, right now. I'm going to take you back over to our radar, and we're going to look at the broad view before we jump back in. So there's a look at Mayfield. I think you're in the clear. We've got just a couple embedded areas of rotation. So it's past Mayfield now. If there is a tornado, it's going to be moving towards Oak Level. They did extend that tornado warning, by the way. Let me get the warning information out for you. Tornado warning for northwestern Callaway, Marshall counties, northwestern Graves County. That goes until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. But again, we're not talking about a big, massive supercellular type of a storm. We're talking about basically rotating thunder showers right now. Okay, so this is good. The organization is not quite there yet, but we are seeing the volume of these convective towers going up all over the place, and I think that's only going to increase. So it's really the evolution of these storms that I'm most interested in right now. Right now, I don't see something that's off the wall threatening, at least currently. So with that,
I'm going to velocity scan that just came in northeast of Mayfield. That does, it still shows the couplet, but the couplet is weakening a little bit. And actually, a couple of couplets together, the two of them northeast and more to the east of Mayfield, there's a possibility for some multiple vortex type structures, especially in this environment. It's potential that you could have two quick tornadoes right quick, one near another. The atmosphere is just extremely turbulent right now. There's a moderate risk in this area. There's an enhanced risk surrounding that area. And that's the kind of stuff that Jeremy and I are looking at right now as we're going through this line of thunderstorms.
All right, I'm taking a phone call from one of our storm chasers in the region he's now been activated for duty this evening. So who knows? We'll see how things progress here. But we'll continue to watch this as it moves towards Benton, Bryansburg. Right now, this is The main area of concern, there is a secondary tornado warning to the south across portions of eastern Arkansas. I'm just going to mention the name. I don't have an opportunity to investigate it at the moment, but tornado warning in effect for southeastern Monroe and central Arkansas County, and that is in southeastern Arkansas. And that goes until 5 p.m. I wanted to let you guys look at the bigger picture here now that we have Rich. And Rich, go to bobblehead mode. Go to bobblehead mode.
Yes. Okay, I'm on share screen right now. You want me to go back to
bobblehead mode?
Me?
Yes, please.
Okay, hold on, stand by.
And I'm gonna go ahead and throw this out there before.
Okay, there we go.
I'm gonna throw this out there before somebody makes a joke. Okay. Yes, indeed, the SPC significant tornado risk area does look like a phallic symbol. I'm going to throw that out there. I don't want any more crudity because somebody's going to say something. Okay, but it does, and I get that. And we're only having a chuckle now because weather isn't that serious at the moment. It will likely get that way.
Praise God for that. Hopefully this ends up being another one of those situations to where the moderate risk is like, woof, we dodged a bullet, rather than the moderate risk in December where, whole towns are getting wiped out.
Yes, that's exactly right. So anyway, we'll be lighthearted when we can. A mentor of mine, anybody familiar with Louisville weather knows Ken Scholes. Ken Scholes, longtime meteorologist for the region. He was a longtime chief, and I had a chance to really learn a lot from him. One of the most important lessons I learned from him, he said, "Hey, kid, unless people are dying, smile." I'm like, well, you're right. You're right. Nobody, it's going to rain on your picnic, daggone it. No, loosen up.
Hey, it's gonna rain. It's gonna snow on Easter Sunday.
Right.
Let me tell you a little bit more about that. No. That's in a couple of days.
All right, Stephanie Dayhart on here. She wants me to check Tipton County, Tennessee, to see what's coming my way right now. We are getting rain and heavy winds. I don't know where Tipton County, Tennessee is. So if you could tell me where it is in relationship to bigger cities like Memphis or Jackson or Nashville, I can help you out. But I do need to know, get a little help.
Tipton County right here.
Okay, you got this?
Yes, I got this right here. I believe north and east of Memphis. I believe this is Covington, Brownsville, Henning, Ripley, Alamo, up in this area. At least that's what it's looking like right now.
Okay, very good, fair enough. And if you guys are joining us on YouTube, thanks for being on. Be sure to share the channel. You know what? If you've got a way to get that out, allow other people to join us, it's good. You just never know how, when you could actually help somebody that may or may not be aware that we've got pretty dangerous weather moving in. I want to run on over to our Facebook page. This is the one that you'll find Rich Lupia oftentimes delivering morning weather. And oftentimes severe weather updates. It's WX Live Media on Facebook. Ken Schultz is the best. By the way, no T in Schultz. By the way, Brian Samuels. I know you know your local meteorologist, though, buddy. David Gully, bright and sunny in Lexington right now, and that's not great. You're getting late day heating, and I think severe weather will reach as far east as Lexington this evening.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that call. And, I think Cincy and Lexington is probably about as far as it would get. And I wasn't thinking that this morning, but with the clearing that's happened along the 65 corridor from Indy to Louisville through Kentuckiana down towards Bowling Green, I definitely see that area more on the moderate side, but there will be some spillover towards Frankfort, towards Lexington, and then up towards the Cincinnati area into southeastern Indiana, extreme northern Kentucky, towards Covington and southwestern Ohio, into Hamilton County, Claremont County, Ohio. Don't let your guard down there. You're going to have to be up late tonight, but I'm just giving you a heads up right now. Yep. It could very well be coming.
Agreed. They did issue a new tornado warning to the south. And again, all of these warnings are being issued on a line that looks like it's growing. It's definitely getting stronger, the line is, but again, these are the type of warnings right now that look like more spin-up type of operations. It's difficult for me to find a center of circulation. Looking at a couple of our products here, we're going to go on over to NROT, that's normalized rotation. There is some rotation, but again, it's just not strong enough for me to say, hey, you know what, get underground. No, this is just have shelter nearby. But I think that we're talking about spin-ups here. Tornado warning for Callaway County and in western Kentucky and southeastern Marshall County, also in western Kentucky. That goes until 5 p.m. Central Time. So just take your precautions. Right now, this is
all these warnings are radar indicated at this moment.
everything's radar indicated. If you look at that, so those are the fuchsia, or the purple box polygons. Those are the actual 2 tornado warnings that we're following for you. To the south, all across Tennessee, into northern western Mississippi, far eastern, southeastern Arkansas. Those are all severe thunderstorm warnings with that one embedded tornado warning, which I think isn't that big of a deal because they're replacing it with severe. So a lot of severe so far. We've got a lot of ingredients, but it's very unclear how all this is gonna play out. So that's why we want to be on our toes. We want to watch it, and we're gonna try to learn a little bit about weather. And while people are not dying, we'll smile and laugh occasionally too.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. There is a TBS that's showing up on my radar scope just south and east of Mayfield. And looking at the velocity signatures, there are a couple of couplets. There's not really a couplet where the TBS is, but there's 1, 2, 3 off to the north and east of Mayfield. This is heading. This is very close to Benton, Kentucky, right now.
You want to go full scale mode, and we'll take you full. All right.
Okay.
Let's go full scale rich mode. You all ready for this?
Okay. Full scale rich. Ready in 3, 2, 1.
Right, this is scary.
And launch.
Here we go.
Okay. Yep. There we go. So here's the TBS that's just to the south and east of Mayfield, and as you see with the velocity signatures, there really isn't all that much there to be crowing about, but you've got this here. That's definitely very concerning, and you also got this here. That's very concerning as well. Okay, so the new scan just came down. Okay, so this velocity signature is weakened a little bit, but this one's still kind of here. Let me go over to the debris signature, and there's not. I mean, it's a little bit, but not something that's making me go, oh gosh. So again, something could be there. It definitely looks suspect, but it's not lining up with where the TBS is, just to the east of Mayfield. It's not something that I would be literally trying to get underground for right now. This is not a repeat of December, but this is very interesting. This is in an environment where when we put up the reflectivity, there's a ton of rain. This is rain wrap, very heavy rain. Frequent downpours, intense cloud to ground lightning with it. This is not a situation where I'm looking to get underground right now, but this is a situation to where I want to be in the lowest level of the home. I want to be away from windows. Just let this blow over, because the storm itself is moving at 60 to 80 miles per hour. And when the storm is moving that fast, it's all you need is just some winds to come down, just a little bit of a downburst to come down. You automatically have 60 to 80 mile per hour winds, and 60 to 80, whether it's spinning or whether it's straight line, that will do some damage. That will take down tree limbs. That will take down power lines. That will break a few windows. So just have your precautions in place just to the east of Mayfield, especially in Benton and Hardin, and heading up towards Grand River, Katoa, and towards Cadiz and Princeton, Kentucky right now.
Yep.
This will be heading in the direction of Hopkinsville, Nortonville, and then up towards Evansville. Although the activity is definitely weaker once you get along the Ohio River ahead of that line.
All right, that sounds good, Rich. Let's go to bobblehead mode. And
All right, we're there.
There you go. You anticipated that. That's what I'm talking about. That's teamwork. That's teamwork.
Yes. We'll get better and better at this as we go along.
All right, that's what I'm talking about.
All right.
All right, so we're back over to level 2, GR analyst, and again, it's just wow. We have an impressive amount of convection that's taking shape, but it's not organized at this point, and hopefully it stays that way. Something tells me it won't stay that way, though. I think we're seeing a meso low. It was forecasted in some of the higher resolution models, including the 3K NAM. So there appears to be a meso low that's beginning to wrap up here a little bit. I'm going to put this into motion, and you can actually see the motion of that meso low. It seems to be developing in response to the convection that we're seeing. But that low located just to the south and west of Paducah, so you can kind of see how it's a little. Let's see if I can get my telestrator to work correctly. Right about there. So as that low lifts north and east, I think we're going to see more and more convection organizing ahead of that, and that may be the main thrust, the main show, which I do believe will come in the form of a QLCS or a quasi-linear convective system. And within that, you're going to have discrete, or you're going to have embedded supercells, and you're going to have both segments, and either one, will be capable of producing some damaging, if not destructive winds. So I think that we're beginning to see the evolution of this. Some of the high-resolution models, which I'm sharing with you now, by the way, have been picking this up this afternoon. And so this convection, while it's still in western Kentucky and it's western Tennessee right now, boy, it's going to blast east so fast. So you're looking at the big picture, HRRR, the run from the last hour, and just look how quickly that cluster of convection ejects east. I mean, these storms are going to be ripping 50, 60 plus miles an hour.
Yeah, like I said, Cincinnati and Lexington, you are not out of the Cincinnati and Lexington are not out of the realm of possibilities here. If anything, let me take a look at that latest run. Even southern Indiana, even up towards Indianapolis, but also to the south, Clarksville, Nashville, Middle Tennessee. You got to be on your guard in Nashville because those storms are screaming up I-40 at you. They'll be there in the blink of an eye before you know it, probably before even the end of rush hour there.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. I'm going to take you guys back over to Omega Radar. And Radar Omega. Let's try that again. There we go.
Omega.
Right. It's got a catchy name. It's Radar Omega. Yeah, Radar Omega showing you basically, it's what we thought. I mean, we're seeing that primary squall line developing. So the stuff out ahead of it actually could help. If that stuff can stay going near Madisonville, Morganfield, if that stuff keeps going, it could decrease instability just a bit by the time that main line gets there. But I don't think that's going to be the case further east. I think this stuff's going to lift north. And that QLCS, that dominant Boeing segment will probably be the show as it rips across to, central and then into western Kentucky and Tennessee.
Heads up to my friends in Nashville. It's it's definitely coming. It's already very quickly in Jackson. I'm looking at Nashville on the radar right now. It's it's heading towards the east, Middle Tennessee. It's going to be a show towards sunset tonight.
It is. I've got dew point temperatures on Radar Omega right now. Dew point temperature in Louisville right now it's 64. We're showing
that's pretty high, especially that far north.
It is, and that's very much consistent with everywhere else where it's 64 in Radcliffe. It's 65 near Jasper. Tell City's showing 70. I think that's probably a little high. You may want to check that one. But with dew points
in the mid 60s, that's definitely contributing to that instability. And that's something on the previous severe weather events the past couple of weeks, we have not had enough time because these systems have been moving so fast because they've been so dynamic. We haven't had the time to get the Gulf moisture far enough to the north. You haven't had a couple of days of good return flow out of the Gulf to bring those dew points up. We have had it this time, whereas we didn't have it last week. We didn't have it the week before that, but we still managed to crank out some good tornadoes, but a lot of that activity was farther south, especially farther to the south of Interstate 40. Now it looks like along and north of Interstate 40 is where most of the storms are going to be now because that dew point, that instability is farther north. And because you're closer to the center of low pressure where you have more of that directional shear and you're getting those higher helicity values, that's where that convection is going to be more apt to fire.
I agree. And so with that meso low that's developing, that is going to help to back the winds. So there's going to be more veering with height, and that's always trouble, especially in a higher instability environment, which this is turning out to be. So again, one of the ingredients that we're watching for you is all that cape that is developing. So let's take a look at the big picture, and we'll get the latest on the warnings coming up here in a couple of moments. Thank you for being on, by the way. Be sure to share this program if you haven't already. If you're new to the channel, either the YouTube version or the Facebook version, please come back, like, follow, subscribe, and hit the notification bell, of course. We did make a quick joke about the SPC product looking like part of the male anatomy. So no jokes, okay? We can laugh a little bit while the weather's not too crazy, but I'm really hoping they trim some of that so it looks like something else, you know. Sorry, Rich, we've got to have some fun with this. All right, what that is.
Yeah, I hear you.
What that is that polygon represents where the expectation is for the possibility of EF2 or stronger tornadoes this evening, okay? So really, just over the next couple of hours, this thing is it's primed. It's kind of like tinder, okay? You can think about, you know, in the springtime or late in the fall with very dry conditions, you get all that dead, you know, everything's ready for a spark. And if the spark occurs, then wildfires just take off like crazy. Well, that's what we have. That's what the environment is ready for. It's primed. So any real strong discrete cell that gets out ahead, look out. That's going to be a troublemaker for that potential, again, of strong tornadoes. That's what the SPC has that for. And it's not just tornadoes that we're looking out for, though. Categorical risk here. I'm going to take off precipitation. Categorical risk of a moderate risk, very, very large area. Extends all the way from western Kentucky, southern Illinois, western Tennessee, much of northwestern Mississippi, eastern, southeastern Arkansas, far northeastern Louisiana, and parts of the boot heel of Missouri. Very large. Outside of that, you've got an enhanced risk in orange, Evansville, Louisville, Bowling Green, Nashville. Go south, Meridian, Mississippi to near Jackson, Hattiesburg, Alexandria, Monroe, Shreveport, Little Rock. And then beyond that slight risk goes almost all the way up to Chicago. Almost.
And almost all the way down to the Gulf Coast, too.
It sure does. So very, very large area. And then we'll take a look at individual hail probabilities here. Highest across the lower middle Mississippi River Valley. And then individual wind. Massive area.
Yeah, the wind probabilities with this are definitely the strongest, especially when you consider the speed and the motion of the storms right now.
Yep.
That's that by far is the number one thing is that, you know, the straight line wind damage. And this is something in my teaching, you know, when teaching younger kids about, you know, about the weather and about thunderstorms and tornadoes, is that the wind does not have to twist in order for it to be damaging. Wind is wind. 60 miles an hour is 60 miles an hour, whether it's straight or turning. 100 miles an hour is 100 miles an hour, whether it's straight or turning. You have an environment where you've got the cold front moving through very quickly. You have a lot of dynamics with this. The jet stream winds are very fast. You have any of these storms pull that down to the surface, whether it's straight or whether it's rotating. 75 to 100 miles per hour worth of wind is 75 to 100 miles per hour worth of wind. And when it comes down locally within any of these storms, there will be damage. There will be the potential for microbursts. And if you happen to be right where it is, it's going to feel like the world's coming down.
It is. And so what I've got on there is that area in Hatch that's with the blinking yellow. That's where you could have 75 mile per hour destructive winds. So this whole area is primed for that as well. So, okay, Rich, thank you very much. I did want to get back to a couple of questions that we have on our YouTube and also on Facebook.
I noticed the YouTube audience is popping up a little bit right now. I cannot see the questions, but if you can, go right ahead.
Yeah, I've got Tony Garcia on here. He says, can you check for Rapides, Paris, Louisiana? I need to know where that's at, Tony. So in relationship to, you know, Alexandria, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Monroe, tell me in proximity, then I can help you out. But I can't take the time to look up every individual town. And then we got to check on Bowling Green. Says Fire Sauce 321, and I will check on Bowling Green for you. I know exactly where that's at. So anytime I know exactly where it's at, it's easy. So that's no problem. Bowling Green right there is right in the middle of an enhanced risk, about the same risk as Louisville will have. You're going to get that pretty quickly this evening. What I'd like to do next is I'd like to go over to some high-resolution weather model imagery to get the timing of this right. So we're going to go on over to the HRRR, That's the high resolution rapid refresh model. Try to say that 5 times real fast. High resolution rapid
Not
refresh.
even going to try. I'm done.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck couldn't? No, I'm just joking. All right, so, okay, let's go on over to the weather model. This is the HRRR. We'll leave it at that. And this is the latest timing with this storm. And we're going to walk you right through the next few hours. And you'll have to forgive Rich's head. He's covering up some of western Tennessee. Okay?
Sorry.
Can you do something with that head of yours?
My bad.
Now, it's interesting because what it is it's picking up that stuff that's out ahead of the main line, and it's dissipating it. It's dissipating it, but it does not dissipate the main line. Now, you do have some discrete cells that remain out ahead of it through 8 o'clock hour across west central Kentucky along and just south of the Ohio River. But the actual main line reaches Louisville. It shows it coming in about 8:30. So the main line. So you get the discrete cells out there by 7:38. They will be followed immediately behind by that main line. There may be only 45 minutes or an hour in between the two features. And either one of them, unfortunately, will bring the potential of severe thunderstorms, maybe tornadoes. Bowling Green will be in line. It looks like that main line, so the discrete cells may miss Bowling Green to the north, but that means they're going to be super juiced for the main line, which may not come in. And I'm showing around 9:30. 9 to 9:30 for Bowling Green. So hopefully that helps you. I'm going to move it further east. I've got quite a few friends out in the Lexington market. And it shows it moving into Lexington about 10 o'clock. Okay, so you've got discrete cells followed up immediately with the main line, which will likely be a QLCS, a quasi-linear convective system capable of damaging to destructive winds. And yeah, a few tornadoes even out there. A few spin-ups will be a possibility. Big storm this evening. Unfortunately, it's sped up. Earlier models from yesterday showed it slowing down, and that would have allowed the atmosphere time to cool off and stabilize. But now there's not going to be that much time by the time it gets again through Louisville, and then certainly even into the Lexington market. But I think Louisville to Bowling Green, you're primed for severe weather. Okay, I really do.
Yeah, the tornado warnings have been continued to be extended to the east here. That storm that we started tracking around Mayfield, it's now made it 2 counties to the east of Mayfield. It's 1 county away from Hopkinsville and is generally heading in the direction of Bowling Green right now. And, just following up on the latest timing that you showed from the HRRR, just looking at it, I would say that timing is pretty good. If anything, I would cheat earlier rather than later. So that 8:30 that you gave for Louisville,
could be more like 7:30 or 8.
My calculation was about 7:50 to 8:10. So, and that's just based on the evolution of the line as it is right now. That's not counting anything that happens with the line. It could pulse up, it could pulse down, there could be stuff firing out ahead of it, just like you said, those discrete cells that may be out ahead of the main line. But the main line getting to Louisville, with it being nearly 6 o'clock right now, I'd say probably 2 hours. Lexington, probably 2.5 to 3 hours from this moment, and then Cincinnati 3 hours and change to 4 hours. Cincinnati would probably be more like 9:30 to 10:30 at this point in time.
I agree with that. If anything, typically Mother Nature has showed us over and over again these storms tend to arrive a little bit faster than what most of the models say. So absolutely. My kids want to know if I'm going to buy chocolate bars for their school fundraiser.
Of course. That's what dads do.
Yeah, I know. But I have a problem with chocolate, so I told her, put me down.
Yeah, I have a big problem with chocolate. I eat it.
Yeah, put me down for 10, please.
10 for you?
Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah, put me down for 10.
Gosh.
Okay.
I'd be like 1 or 2, and then my kids would be hawking it for it. Dad, you shouldn't be eating chocolate. But you 10?
10.
My word.
10. So yeah,
10 wins.
It'd be interesting to see how continuous that wind is. It's not a traditional just sweeping squall line, because there are many of these embedded supercellular structures, but the size of this thing, you almost want to think derecho. You almost want to think that, but I don't know. I mean, the size would be enough.
No.
I don't know if it would be long enough time frame, though, span of time.
I mean, if this thing were to organize into some sort of a derecho, it would be short-lived. It would not be one of those longer ones that goes across several states and goes several hundred miles. This one would, if it were to even get to that point, and if it were to tap into those very strong mid-level jet stream winds that are screaming, 80 to 120 knots, if it were to tap into that, it probably wouldn't last for very long, like maybe an hour, couple of hours at best.
Yeah, that's a good point. Derechos have very specific definitions. I don't think it would reach the temporal definition, temporal or length of time.
Yeah, and just looking at the line right now, I mean, there, some parts of the line are weak, some parts of the line are stronger, and this is just looking at it from Indiana all the way down into Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana. We do have our first tornado warning, which is just to the north and west of Jackson, Mississippi, right now. That has just popped up.
And if you want to investigate that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'll take a look at this.
Why don't you investigate that and let me know when you're ready to go full screen. In the meantime, new warnings popping up for southwestern Kentucky. I want to get those to you as we're taking a look at the latest level 2 data. And again, nasty looking squall line, and it certainly is QLCS in nature. A lot of embedded vortices and mesocyclones, so to speak. A lot of people get confused when they hear words like mesocyclone, and all that means is a rotating updraft. So basically a rotating thunderstorm is what that means. All right, new warning information out now. Tornado warning for southern Caldwell County, Lyon County in western Kentucky as well underneath that warning until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. And then further south, we've got a tornado warning for Trigg County in western Kentucky. That also goes until 5:15. Both of these are for radar-indicated rotations. The actual storm is moving east at 65 miles per hour. So that's what we're talking about. These storms got get up and go to them. And if anything, they will accelerate. If anything, they will move faster than this. I think over the next hour to 2 hours as they peak in intensity. And I think we are probably an hour or 2 hours away from reaching peak intensity. And that's kind of scary because they're really strong right now.
Okay, if you're ready for me to go on to the single sites, I'll take a look at some of the tornado warnings down in Louisiana and Mississippi here. Stand by in 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm going to take you down into Louisiana right now. We are south and west of Monroe, Louisiana, with this tornado warning here. This is for Wynn County, or Wynn Parish, I should say, in Louisiana. And this one has a decent rotational couplet with it, and it's this right here, just to the east of Winfield. And this is screaming off to the north and to the east, east-northeast, at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. The good news is that this is in an area with not really a whole lot of population. This part of Louisiana is not particularly populated. I mean, obviously, as you get closer to Monroe and up towards Rayville, you start getting closer to Interstate 20. You start getting some more folks in that area. But a lot of this is farm country here. But there is definitely a decent rotational couplet with this. I'll zoom in one more time and throw up the debris field. The debris field, it's kind of indifferent at this point in time. The biggest thing with this is the velocity couplet. It is there. It is definitely something to watch. Probably a wall cloud, probably something rotating low near the ground, maybe touching down, may not be. At least that's the way the situation looks right now. All right, so we're going to go back to the precipitation depiction and get back to the res. All right, so we're going to come back out. We're going to go back into Yazoo County to the north and west of Jackson, Mississippi, and it's this tornado warning right here. Let me pull up the Jackson single site radar. This one does have a rotational couplet with it as well. This one right here, I'm going to zoom in on this rotational couplet here. Just give me a second here. Yeah, just to the south and west of Satardia and Betonia. This is the new tornado warning up in Yazoo County. This is to the west of Interstate 55. This is to the north of Interstate 20. This is north and east of Vicksburg, north and west of Jackson. Again, a very wooded area, but this is also a sparsely populated area compared to areas like Vicksburg, like Jackson, like Madison and Ridgeland, Mississippi. So the big blessing that we can say right now is the fact that these tornadoes, these radar indicated tornadoes, are generally in areas in which there's not really a whole lot going on right now. It does appear as though, let's see here, up towards DeWitt, towards Pine Bluff. This is the southeastern corner of Arkansas. Let me get the single site up here. This is the single site.
By the way, Rich, I do have our WSV3 on the top left-hand corner of your screen. So for a bigger picture, that way, sometimes we get so zoomed in, people get lost where we're at.
Right.
That way
exactly.
they can always kind of keep track of what's happening there. So you've got the convective risk, and you've got the entire precipitation field of the area that's under the gun for severe weather. Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah. If anything, it looks like the better, the more. I mean, there's some couplets here just to the north and east of Dumas. This is actually in the severe thunderstorm warning rather than the tornado warning. The tornado warning, at least off of the Little Rock single site, it doesn't really look all that impressive. Let me see if there's any bows. No, it doesn't really. And then I'm sure on the it's not really looking like all that much. So the Arkansas one, I'll consider that dead. Okay, so this one here, let's get back up towards Hopkinsville, Kentucky, and this is a fairly good line. This one cell right over Hopkinsville right now. For Hopkinsville, this could be your saving grace right now, especially with that line coming in. That's a very solid line.
That line's going to do business regardless of what that little shower does. Hey, I got a question coming in from Andy, and we're going to go back over to regular level 2 and bobblehead Rich.
All right.
Andy Deering over here, I see the line of storms is moving northeast. Predictions for the Cincinnati metro area. You're going to be getting it about the same time I think Lexington gets it. So that's probably going to be sometime around 8:30, 9 o'clock. I'm going to take a look at the updated model imagery again with you guys here in a little bit. It may be a little bit after that time frame, but late this evening, maybe around 9 o'clock or so, or a little bit later. We do have individual couplets that are beginning to spin a little bit harder now as we're taking a look at the level 2 data. Again, we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings here. That is for southern Caldwell, Lyon counties until 5:15, about another 15 minutes. And then there's the other one here for Trigg County until 5:15. It looks like you're seeing part of a squall line that's kind of breaking away on the south end, and that can sometimes induce spin, which I think we're seeing a little bit of that right now, located near Lamasco, seeing some spin developing, and that's going to make its way very quickly to the north and east. Again, these storms, individual storm cells, are moving east to northeast at 65 miles per hour. So these guys are hauling.
Yes. Yeah, indeed. It looks like that one will head. It looks like that storm that you had looked at will head to the north of Hopkinsville. So it looks like Hopkinsville will be fine. Greenville, Kentucky, and Central City not really looking as lucky at this point. And it looks like the worst of the activity will be staying south of Owensboro right now. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it.
All right, checking in with the National Weather Service, and our friend Chandra is over on the Facebook page. And Chandra, yes, that is a lot of chocolate, but you know what? I've got plenty of room for it. Just going to say. NWS chat reporting trees down in Warren County. That's near Jackson, Mississippi. So Warren County reporting trees down. That's via Chandra. Chandra, thank you very much. Michelle Jeremy Thompson says staying on top of it from Muncie, Indiana. Muncie, that's Ball State country up there. And Tyler on here, odds of a tornado in Jasper, Indiana. You are in the enhanced risk, my friend. Technically, And there are technical aspects to the probabilities for this sort of thing. So I'm going to actually take you on over to that and answer that question as directly as I possibly can. But within this enhanced risk area, we can go over to the probability of tornadoes. And in here, you have a 10% risk in this yellow region here. So that will include your location there in Jasper. A 10% risk of a tornado within 25 miles of you. Now, on the surface, that doesn't seem like a high of a risk, but if you really think about it, that is a pretty high risk. That's moderately high. Okay, so a 10% risk of a tornado within 25 miles of your location. Just hope that if the 10% occurs, it's not your location. Okay, that's just the way that needs to be looked at. The highest risk of individual tornado risk will be extending from far southeastern Kentucky or southwestern Kentucky, where that risk will now be mitigated because the line is already moving through. But in this dark brick red color that extends through western Tennessee and a good chunk of northern Mississippi and far eastern and southeastern Arkansas. That's where that highest tornado probability is. I appreciate the questions from our friends on Facebook and also for our friends over here on the YouTube channel. Thanks for being on. Rich, so far really we've done okay. I'm scanning my National Weather Service feeds, and we've got some power outages coming out of western Kentucky, as you would expect. It's not all that many, though. It looks like about 3,000 people are without customers in western Kentucky. That's not that large of a number. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for, this is going to be for Caldwell, Christian, Crittenden, Hopkins, Lyon, McLean, Muhlenberg, Todd, Trigg, and Webster County. So this is a massive tornado, or excuse me, let me get that right. Severe thunderstorm warning, which tells me that they're not going to mess around with the individual. Oh wow, look at the size of this warning, Rich. Holy cow!
Whoa.
Yeah, it's massive. So they're basically saying anybody that's going to be, seeing this line of storms will likely see severe straight line winds at the minimum. That's a massive warning.
Yes, it is. And just looking at the velocity here, and the velocity is definitely, it's showing 70 to 80 miles per hour straight line just on the velocity alone. So I can get why they suddenly decided, yeah, we're just going to make everyone tornado.
Right. That's exactly, or severe, but man, that's huge.
Right.
We're looking this on Omega. That's radar Omega, and you've got that initial burst of showers kind of racing out ahead of it. But the main show will be that line now making its way through Eddyville, Princeton. Is it Cadiz? Is that the name?
Yeah,
of the town?
Cadiz towards Lafayette, and then getting down into Dover.
Cadiz, not Cadiz. Remember that. Cadiz, not Cadiz.
Cadiz. Right. And then getting down in towards Dover, Tennessee, and Clarksville, Tennessee, and approaching Nashville, northern suburbs of Nashville, about to start to get in on us.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Looking at see if we got any observations down here. Sometimes we can get. Where is Reed Timmer? That's probably the question. Where is old Reed today?
Oh, yes. You're asking about Reed Timmer. Yes. He is south. He is back in southern Mississippi. So he's chasing the storms on the south flank. So the ones that we had gone to some time ago in Louisiana and Mississippi, he's down on the southern reaches of that moderate risk area. He's playing down south at this time.
Okay. All right. So, and that's probably your higher bet for stronger tornadoes.
He's definitely going after the larger tornadoes. He's going after the more discrete tornadoes, which closer to the moisture source, closer to the instability, and everything. I could definitely see him wanting to cheat south, even though the more tornado warnings and the more damage may be more towards the north, like from Nashville north, which is essentially what we're looking at right now.
Right. All right. Well, let's jump on in back into the level 2 data and just make sure that we're seeing everything in real time here with you
Okay.
guys. I'm restarting my radar Omega, by the way.
Reed Timmer is just getting to Interstate 55. He is, let's see here, Jackson. Let's see, is he going to go north or is he going to go south? Let's see which way he's going to go.
North, south, east, west. He's going somewhere.
No, looks like he may be going north.
Okay. All right.
No, he's staying off of 55. He's staying straight ahead.
Okay, so there is a spotter that is reporting tornado damage near Mayfield. It says
That's interesting.
train spotter reporting possible tornado damage, trees down. Then again, it could also be maybe straight line winds. They didn't say why he thought it was a tornado damage.
Right.
But there's severe thunderstorm wind damage 3 miles southeast of Hickory. Also not far away from Mayfield, just about 3 or 4 miles west of Mayfield or east of Mayfield. We do have a tree down on a house and power lines near Johnston Road in Benton, Kentucky. And power line and trees are down on Main Street in Benton, Kentucky. So we are seeing more and more wind reports. There is a new tornado warning that just came out. This is going to include Dawson Springs, another place that was so hard hit during the Mayfield tornado back in December. So Dawson Springs, you're underneath the tornado warning. That does include near Princeton to Cedar Bluff to Cobb, and it's heading towards Manning, St. Charles, Nortonville, Morton's Gap. Let me see if I can't get updated relative velocity here. Storm relative velocity, that is. You know, I see a ton of shear. It's just I don't see any tight couplets. I don't. And that's good. Because if you are looking to avoid tornadoes, that's the key. I just
Reed
don't.
Timmer's on the north side of Jackson, Mississippi, so he is out ahead of that tornado warned storm that was in Yazoo County. That's that's heading in that direction. I'm just gonna take a look at what he's looking at right now. There is definitely a couplet with it.
Okay.
And there is definitely some debris signature.
You want to go
with
full
it.
on that?
He's looking to intercept. We'll go full here. Stand by. Okay. All right, so we're looking at Jackson, Mississippi here, and Reed Timmer, meteorologist Reed Timmer, is up in this area just to the north of Canton, and is trying to intercept between Canton and Pickens that storm that's coming out of Yazoo County between Sedardia and Bentonia, and is approaching Interstate 55 right now. This is the direction that he is heading in, and this is the velocity couplet that he is chasing, which is this one right here.
Mm-hmm.
And that storm that looks like it's heading up towards Pickens and up towards Goodman, Mississippi, northern suburbs of Jackson, Mississippi, just backing this out here and throwing it back to the reflectivity. There's the line of storms. It's not the southern end of the storms, but it's but it's enough of them. And there's the second round and back of it on the Louisiana side of the border there. And I will go back to Micro Rich here in just a second.
Bobblehead Rich. Bobblehead Rich.
Okay, Bobblehead Rich, engage.
There it is. All right, very good, my friend. All right, so let's take a look at the latest coming in from the Storm Prediction Center. The meso-analysis revealing that we still have CAPE between 1,500 and 2,000 units across south central Kentucky. So all of this is advecting ahead of that main line. So that's going to be enough to maintain or even allow these storms to strengthen further. I'm going to see what our friends over at the Weather Service is saying. And we had talked about how we had that clearing. A lot more than was originally anticipated. So here's a look at the visible satellite. I know it's getting low. The sun should be getting pretty low in the sky at this point, but you can still see very clearly that late day sunshine that made a push all the way through central Kentucky and even into southern portions of Indiana and southwest Ohio. So that late day sun, that's going to be just enough to keep that instability factor pretty high. Looking at temperatures over here am I looking at temperatures or am I looking at dew points? Let's take a look at dew points and temperatures. Let's do both. So looking at the instability factor over here on radar Omega. And temperature's 83 in Bowling Green right now. That's pretty warm. It's 83 in Bowling Green. It's 82 in Glasgow. Nashville, 82, 84 degrees. So all this very warm. It's 75 in Louisville. And keep in mind with that strong southerly flow, that warmth will also advect north. But more importantly than the warmth, especially once you get to the overnight hours, is the dew point. The dew point temperature, a measure of how much moisture is in the atmosphere. And dew points are way more than sufficient. 63 degree dew point in the Louisville metropolitan area, around 60 for Campbellsville, Bowling Green, Nashville. And typically, all else being equal, you look for around 55 degrees, threshold of severe. A storm this vigorous, 60 to 62, 3-degree dew points, that's way more than enough. So these storms will sustain over the next couple of hours. I don't think there's any doubt about that. All right, so what are you hearing and what are you seeing, Rich? I'm going to check in with the Weather Service next.
Okay, so as of this point in time, Reed Timmer's just north of Jackson, Mississippi. I'm keeping an eye on his feed. He's not in a position to where he's making an intercept as of yet. Taking a look at the tornado warnings that we have, it is radar indicated Caldwell, Christian, Hopkins, and Trigg County in Kentucky. For Desha and Arkansas County, Arkansas, that is a radar indicated as well. Coahoma, Phillips, Quitman counties in Arkansas and Mississippi, that is also radar indicated. Louisiana, Caldwell, Jackson, and Wynn parishes, those are radar indicated. And Yazoo County, Mississippi is also radar indicated. So if there is tornadoes hitting the ground, it's not hitting the ground very long. The signatures have not been overly impressive at this point in time. But one thing that has been impressive has been the damage reports that have been coming in. We've been getting damage reports from all the way up and down the line. Lots of trees down, lots of power lines down, lots of power outages. At this point in time, we only expect that to grow. Unfortunately, power outages numbers are probably going to go into the tens of thousands, potentially hundreds of thousands later this afternoon, and especially tonight, early tonight, as major metropolitan areas are affected by this. We're just continuing to keep an eye on the line. I mean, obviously, I've been dipping in back and forth, looking at the strength of the line. But this is a very, very strong line that goes from Indianapolis, north of Indianapolis. It's approaching Clarksville, Tennessee right now. It's made it through Memphis, coming down into western Mississippi and down into northern Louisiana. I mean, you basically got from just north of New Orleans all the way up to just south of Chicago. You've got thunderstorms everywhere. This is a very wide area that's getting hit right now. Even on the northern edge, even out of the severe thunderstorm and tornado warning areas, there's flash flood warnings. There's special marine warnings. There's stuff going on even all the way up towards Milwaukee, Wisconsin. You got thunder going on right now. There's all kinds of stuff happening right now. We're going to stay on top of this. Jeremy Capel, what's the latest with you?
All right, just getting a few damage reports. This one out of Arkansas. It looks like a mobile home that was destroyed. It's unclear whether that's just regular straight line winds or if that's tornadic. But that's coming in from Sasha Sharp, forwarded by Zachary Hall. Otherwise, not seeing a lot of images. What we're seeing is a lot of discussion from the Storm Prediction Center, talking about that potential of destructive winds in western Kentucky, particularly right now. But really, the fact that social media is as quiet as it is right now suggests that these have not been tornado producers just yet. And that's okay by me, if that's okay by you.
Yeah. I mean, trust me, when it's moderate risk and meteorologists like Jeremy Capel and myself jump on, that's the one thing that we just need to, state clearly here. We're not rooting for destruction. We're not rooting for F3s and F4s to drop out of the sky. We're not rooting for injuries or fatalities. The day that, we want everyone to be safe. We want as much property preserved as possible. Unfortunately, especially with these severe thunderstorm outbreaks and tornado outbreaks in more populated areas along and east of the Mississippi, much more likely it's going to hit people. Much more likely people are going to get affected. We pray for you guys and pray that if you're in the path that it blows over and it's not as bad as it could have been. Every time that we get an enhanced or moderate risk and we walk away saying, woof, that wasn't so bad, was it? We're saying it's good. But, there are those days where it comes through, it's bad. There's injuries and unfortunately sometimes fatalities. Mm-hmm. And you're just shaking your head saying, man, I'm thankful that this outbreak is where it's at right now. This could very easily, especially with all the winds and all the chaos in the atmosphere, this could very easily be a situation to where you would have widespread 75 to 100 plus mile per hour winds. Easily. All right. Thankful that this is only limited areas.
I've got, we go back over to, I'm okay at the time, Landon. Thank you very much. And I appreciate that. We just got the menu for dinner tonight. This is great. Grilled pork steak, seasoned rice, roasted seasoned cauliflower, and a salad with ranch.
Brother, you're making me hungry. This is totally not fair.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
Totally not fair.
Yeah, we're going to go back over to Radar Omega, where I've got actually getting some chasers down there in Mississippi. I think we have access to that. Let's go see what's happening down in northwestern Mississippi, where we do have tornado warnings ongoing. New radar product, by the way. Yeah, what's his name? Ryan Hall, y'all. This is the radar he endorses. If you haven't watched Ryan, don't watch him now because we're on. But you can watch him any other time.
Yes, exactly.
He does a good job. He really does. But he's a young guy.
He does a good
he's
job.
Only like 25 or 30. I don't know, but he's young. But he's doing good things. So check out this radar here. And we do have a chaser down there in front of this tornado warned storm. So we should be able to see that right here. Check it out. Let's see.
That was bright. That was off to my left.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Okay, he's
Hope y'all
definitely
saw
getting
that.
some hail in that rain. Hard
I know
rain,
I got
hail.
that on video.
It's a little unfiltered.
1, 2, 3 punch.
Are you listening, Rich?
Yeah.
Earlier today
yeah,
while
I'm
we were
listening.
parked,
I've got the
75,
volume up.
76
There's
degrees,
definitely some cloud
sunshine.
brown lightning going through right now.
All right.
Looks like he's moving. Yeah, he's kind of in that tornado warned area, so he's driving towards that meso cyclone. It looks like right down State Highway 4961. So he's going to try to get ahead of that boy. It's a little loud. I wish I could turn the volume down.
I'm not hearing it on my end. Just so you know, at least on my end,
I don't want to be in the
I'm not hearing it on my end.
You're not hearing it? Okay.
I'm not hearing it.
I don't want to be
check back. He got me distracted.
Yeah, Joshua, I passed Randy earlier today and he waved at me.
Well, it's good that he's out there. He has a handful of people on.
We're on this road.
People on. We have people that are looking for severe weather from independent meteorologists.
Yeah.
We're here. We're covering it. And if there's something there, we're going to be on it. And now here's Jeremy with the visible satellite review.
There you go. If you could hear him, man, that was a thick Southern accent. He's just down there. We're gonna go around the bend down there now, next to the fire tower. I see that wall clock coming down now, and I can make fun of people from the South. My family's from the South, okay? So what? All right, there you go. Yes, visible satellite showing where we have had a lot of heating today, And I'll be able to show you where some of that CAPE, that convective available potential energy, has been building up in the atmosphere here. But all this area seeing that late day heating, and that is going to contribute again to these storms sustaining, if not even strengthening, over the next
up
hour
towards
or
Lexington and Cincinnati, and getting into central and even parts of eastern Kentucky. As much as that drops off from moderate to enhanced to even slight, just based on how these storms are right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the environment that they're going into, I think they may go a little bit longer than SPC's thinking.
Yeah, I think you're right. So what I've done here is I pulled up the latest HRRR. Again, as we say it together, that's the High Resolution Rapid Refresh Model. High Resolution Rapid Refresh Model. All right.
You passed.
Thank you. So it shows mainline entering the Louisville metropolitan area by 8 o'clock this evening, about an hour and a half from now. Bowling Green, it's lagging behind by about 45 minutes or so about 8:30, 8:45 for you. As Rich mentioned earlier, if anything, these storms may accelerate a little faster than what the models are even showing now, which is a lot faster than what they were showing 24 hours ago. Gets it to Cincinnati. Yeah, it gets to Cincinnati actually first before it reaches the Lexington market. So that's going to be sometime around 9 to 9:30. So it's really hauling. Gets to Louisville at 8, Cincinnati by 9, 9:30, and then it shows it into the Lexington market by around 10 o'clock this evening, by around 10. And finally, I think it's after 10 that they really begin to kind of lose their punch. But it could come in very punchy even for the Lexington market before they begin to die down a little bit. So that is the latest what the models are saying. I'm going to check in with the Weather Service and our friends on YouTube and Facebook. And thanks for being on, by the way. All of our YouTubers, Facebookers, and be sure to like, share, subscribe. All the things you need to do.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, let's see what we got. Still, again, images are great coming in from social media. Yesterday, we had all types of tornado damage. We had strong tornadoes down in central southern Texas. We had all types of them up in Iowa. But so far, knock on something solid, we've been okay so far today. Let's see what the Weather Service is saying. Latest coming in from the National Weather Service out of Paducah. They're saying severe thunderstorm wind reports in Christian County near the town of Gracie, 72 mile per hour winds measured. So that's just shy of hurricane strength.
Yeah.
Flash flood warning for Ballard, Callaway, Carlisle, Graves, Hickman, Marshall, and McCracken counties.
Okay.
So that's that. And let's see what else we've got for you. In Newburgh, there's a 50 mile per hour wind gust. Is that even worth talking about, though? 50?
No, it's not 50. Nah.
50 is no good. All right, severe thunderstorm warning issued by Memphis just moments ago. This is for Fayette, Hardman, Haywood, and Shelby counties. That goes until 6:15. Says,
yeah, Memphis back under it again.
yeah, but you know what you're not seeing? You're just not seeing a lot of tornado reports. And
there really isn't. There just really isn't. I mean, this is a lot more severe. There's a lot more wind damage than it is actual tornadic at this point.
And that's a good thing. Keep it
Yes,
going.
it is.
And we need to, if we can keep this going over the next hour or two, we're going to be in good shape.
Yes.
Okay, Jackson, Mississippi, there is a tornado warning. That is, they continue that warning. That's for Yazoo, Mississippi. What a name, If you're from
Yazoo County.
If you're from Yazoo, Mississippi, you've got something to brag about. Yazoo. Where are you from, Yazoo? All right, Chad on here from the National Weather Service talking about the line segment approaching Columbia, Louisiana. It says, tornado ongoing now. I expect some evolution to things over the next 10 to 20 minutes, but anticipate a warning that would cover South Richland and Franklin parishes. So it looks like they're about to pull the trigger on another tornado warning down south. Looks like we probably should focus a little bit more on what's happening down there. So I'll take my level 2 down that way. And the one tornado warning, by the way, does continue for west central Kentucky, Dawson Springs, but it's through Dawson already. And again, I just don't see anything tight. There's no tight gate to gates at all.
Yeah, I mean, the gate to gates, the past hour plus that we've been on, there hasn't been anything gate to gate that's been really wow.
No,
I mean, everything has been, everything's been, muted at best. I mean, we haven't had any velocity signatures that have been like, oh my gosh, there's definitely something here, or any debris signatures that say, oh my gosh, there's something here. Yeah. We have not had that moment yet. Fingers crossed that we don't get that event, that we don't get that right now. So, Jeremy, if you don't mind, and I hate to call this out live on the feed here, but I know there may be a few people watching. I need to step away for just a few moments, and I will be back after these commercial messages.
All right, Rich, sounds good. Take care of what you have to do, and we'll keep the show running. So.
Okay, all right. I shall be back shortly. So just so I know, because we're on live right now.
Yeah.
Are you still going to keep up the feed? Do you want me just to flip over to? I'll flip over to. I'll take a look at that storm just north of Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
That.
I'm looking at that's the Yazoo City storm, just south of Yazoo City.
Yeah, the Yazoo storm. Okay.
Yeah. So we've got that up right now. Looking at that, I'm bringing that over on level 2 as we speak. So, yeah, if you want to take a break, man, I'm just going to keep rolling with this thing. And
all right, and I shall return shortly.
Okay, sounds good. That's Rich Lupia, everybody, the one and the only Rich Lupia. He's left the house. I'm sure he'll be back though. All right, so let's go on over to level 2, and we'll continue our discussion on all this stuff that's been going on. And let us know, how are you guys doing? How's your Wednesday evening treating you? We are trying to cover as much weather as we can. It's a big system. As we look down here to the south, we are seeing some rotation that's a little bit more compelling. So that storm that was that storm that's moving out of eastern Arkansas right now. Let me get the warning out on that. That's a tornado warning for Caldwell Parish, and it looks like eastern Arkansas. So that does continue at this time. So Caldwell Parish, we did get a tornado report southwest of Yazoo City. And that is Phoenix, Mississippi, and that was from an emergency manager. Deputy reported a funnel cloud crossing Highway 3. So a funnel cloud, not necessarily a tornado. Otherwise, we're not in too bad a shape. It's looking pretty good. Let's see if go back over to larger view here, and this is our WSV3. I've got the convective outlook on it. I'm going to take that off for a minute, kind of focus on what's happening here. Might throw some satellite image on here. Let's see what it looks like. There we go. So satellite overlay, you can see some of the clearing that we've got across central and now eastern Kentucky. That late day clearing. Not going to heat up too much more. Obviously, the sun pretty low angle at this hour, but there's still quite a bit of warmth that has worked its way up. And so if I go on over to mesoscale discussion, should be able to see how much CAPE, or that's convective available potential energy. Let's take a look at the CAPE values here. And we bring that up because, you can't have a thunderstorm without thunderstorm fuel. And that thunderstorm fuel comes in the form of CAPE, convective available potential energy. So let me turn off satellite off. And so there's the CAPE. And again, it's coming in at 1,500 to 2,000 units of CAPE. And all of this is making its way up right out ahead of that main line. So that's going to keep that severe risk going for everybody. From Louisville to Evansville to Nashville. Storms are not that far away from you guys. And then, of course, down here in the deep south, you have very high CAPE. That's climatologically expected to have much higher CAPE down here. And oftentimes, this time of the year, that corresponds with the higher tornado threat. So that's kind of what we've been seeing, and that's what we're seeing right now. All right, with that being said, I'm going to turn off this particular analysis tool. Would like to see what those winds are doing. So these are 850 millibar winds, and according to our legend at the top, it may be cut off on your map, but I can read it to you. The darker blue there, that's about 50 to 60 knots. The purplish pink, that's 60 to 70 knot winds at about 4,000 to 5,000 feet. That's a lot of wind. 60 to 70 knots, that's actually closer to about 70 to 80 miles per hour, and only about less than a mile above you. So it wouldn't take that much to bring that type of wind energy down to the ground, which is part of the reason why we do have, again, these high parameters for severe weather today. So we're going to continue to monitor that as well. We're going to get caught back up with the Weather Service in a moment. Take a look at the latest warnings, see if there's any new information coming in on your social media. And at the same time, I want to get caught up with you guys. So if you're following us through YouTube, thanks for being on. Also Facebook as well. That's WX Live Media on Facebook. It's Jeremy Capel, I believe. Is it just J Capel? No, it's J Capel 1 on YouTube. I may have to make that more memorable. What do you all think about the channel name? We need a more proper channel name, maybe. Just an idea. I'm basically thinking out loud at this point. So I'm going to go back over to level 2, and we'll get caught up with you guys in a moment. And let's see what we've got going on. So we've got we're looking south right now, and again, they really extended the one tornado warning to the west. Okay, that's the one couple that appears to be fairly legitimate. I'm going to take this one out of Cape Ho. I don't know the town name, but we're going to take this one out of western Louisiana and see if we can't get a better fix on it. But there's a legitimate looking warning there. And I'm going to pull up the warning information as we speak as well, or at least be able to read that to you. That does include Winnsboro, Mangham, and Tallulah. And all of this is just to the west of Vicksburg. So this is in far northwestern Louisiana. I think I said it was Arkansas earlier. This is, in fact, Louisiana. All right, so your tornado warning is it for Madison Parish, Central Reichland Parish, and Northern Franklin Parish, northeastern Louisiana until 6:30 p.m. Central Time. This is radar indicated, moving east at 65 miles per hour. And pretty good couplet there. It's still not as tight as you would expect. And then it is interesting they put out that warning so far in advance. So we'll just continue to monitor that. I'll take you back over to WSV3 out of Jackson. Again, tornado warning for Franklin, Madison, and Reichland, Louisiana, 6:30 p.m. Let's move on up to Memphis, Tennessee, see if there's any new reports coming in here. Reporting trees down in Old McKenzie Highway. That's in Henry, Tennessee. And let's go out to Paducah. National Weather Service out of Paducah. They've been busy the last few hours. We have it looks like public reporting some wind damage, 3-inch tree limbs broken down, power poles broken in half. That's in Graves County, Kentucky, near the town of Wingo, Wingo. Also, it looks like there's a emergency manager reporting thunderstorm wind damage. 4:37 p.m. Central, 5:37 p.m. Eastern. 2 miles east-southeast of Benton. Tree down on the house. Okay, tree down on the house, and power lines are also down. Okay. Well, let's see who we have in the program. It's about 5:38 Central Time. It is 6:38 Eastern. Appreciate you guys being on the program. And let's see what we have. Chandra says he's making me hungry. I made myself hungry. I shouldn't have read that. Let's get caught up in some of our chat on YouTube. John Hillside. This is a bundling of the atmosphere, and the rain droplets are getting heavy. You mentioned in front of the pressure and the passing of this to the east. Are you talking to me? John, are you talking about the meso low over western Kentucky right now? Let me know. That's John Hillside. Thanks for being on. He's in Indianapolis, by the way, having some showers right now. All right, there's a look at the satellite with the radar combined. And I'm keeping an eye on our level 2 stuff here. Level 2 stuff, for those that are unfamiliar, that's the really high quality, high resolution radar data. It's raw and it's high resolution, so it's fast, but it really does a great job of telling the story. We do still have tornado warnings to the north. I want to get back up into western Kentucky here in a moment. All types of severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way, for northern Mississippi, right there along the Arkansas border. I can show you that. Okay, so Memphis is still seeing a ton of rain. Probably some flooding in the Memphis area, I would imagine. This line, if anything, you know, from a visual, still appears to be strengthening. So the line is picking up speed, and it's strengthening. So this is going to be quite a blast of weather for the Louisville market. You know, it's time to start talking that up a little bit. Southern Indiana, the Louisville market, central Kentucky, from Louisville to Bowling Green, northward to about Seymour. I think all you guys are going to get hit pretty good. This is going to be a very strong line of thunderstorms, capable of producing damaging, if not destructive winds. And, yep, a few tornadoes will be possible with this. So if you live in these markets, get the word out, because it's coming to you next. Shortly after it gets to Louisville, it'll be getting towards Nashville. It'll be getting towards Cincinnati and then Lexington. And, you know, not to ignore what's happening down south, because that's going to maintain as well. Tornado risk will remain with us here. If you were watching the Storm Prediction Center's convective outlooks, this is the way it looks. That red polygon, that's a moderate risk of severe weather from Paducah to Memphis to just north of Jackson, Mississippi, includes Greenville. And then outside of that is that enhanced risk, which goes all the way up into southern Indiana, southwestern Indiana, the Louisville market, Bowling Green, Nashville, down into, you know, Shreveport and Monroe, Louisiana, Alexandria, Louisiana. And that slight risk is all the way up there north of Indianapolis, just south of Chicago, goes all the way down to the Gulf Coast. So a lot of people being impacted by this. Okay, so John says he studies astronomy, but he's talking weather. Okay, he said, yeah, about the meso low, which is I'm wondering if our map will show that. Let's see if we can show you where that meso low is. Let's see if it's on here. All right, front centers. It may not show the meso. Yeah, kind of does. And there, it's right there. So, right there, approaching Evansville, that little low feature. The actual front is still further west, though. But there's a little low. They're showing it right here. That's going to help to propagate that whole thing, kind of thrust the whole line quickly east. We should have some veering, or some backing, out ahead of that. That'll be a southeasterly wind in advance of that line, and that veering could help to increase spin in the atmosphere. So, which is why part of the reason why we continue to monitor this very closely here. Okay. Yeah. All right, John. Thanks for stopping by, and Severe thunderstorm warning for Chandra. Is that right, Chandra? Which county are you in? Are you in Rankin County? I think you're in Rankin County. Am I wrong on that? Let's see if I've got anything coming in from our social media feeds now. And yeah, looking for damage reports. Just really not seeing a lot. Let's see here. Let's change our threshold a little bit. Yeah, I mean, honestly, things are remarkably stable. All right, so see, Clayton Kershaw made the news again today. What's going on with him? Kershaw with a no-hitter? Is that right? All right, there you go. Oh, he was pulled from a perfect game after 80 pitches. Okay. Wow. It said today Clayton Kershaw became the second player in Major League history to throw 7+ innings of a perfect game and to be removed from the start with the perfect game still intact. Yeah, that coach. Wait, who's the coach? Who's the coach of the Dodgers? I don't care. I used to watch a lot of baseball. All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep my mind moving here, waiting on these storms to see if they're going to reach their potential. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. All right. Well, we'll continue to monitor the situation. Again, we've got thunderstorms galore. I'm going to check in with the Louisville National Weather Service as that is beginning to move into that market. And then after that, we'll be getting in touch with Nashville. All right, we've got that moving up. Let's see who we have in the program right now. Okay. Chandra, you're working? It's 5:46. You should be off. Why are you still at work? Okay. Okay, so she lives in Hinds County and you work in Rankin County. Okay, so I was kind of right. Okay. That's Chandra Stewart on the Facebook channel. All right, let's get back over to level 2 radar, see what's happening. Again, you're seeing the storm. It's rapidly progressing. There's a meso low in there. And let's see what's happening underneath that. So here's your level 2 data. It's messy. We got severe thunderstorm warnings everywhere. But really, the one tornado warning that's about to expire, it does not look threatening. It just doesn't. Let's get back it up into west central Kentucky because we do have tornado warnings that are ongoing. Let's look at the latest here. So, tornado warning in effect for Central Christian and southeastern Hopkins counties. That goes until 6 p.m. Central Time. They're issuing warnings downwind of that as well for northwestern Muhlenberg, southeastern McLean County. Goes until 6:15. And then further south, we've got a tornado warning in effect for Muhlenberg, northeastern Christian, northeastern Todd County, and south central Kentucky until 6:15. These are all radar indicated. And like we've been reporting so far, it's just simply unimpressive. It's underwhelming, and that's good for anybody that lives down there in that polygon. But it doesn't mean it can't get going. Certainly a lot of potential, a lot of energy left over. Been monitoring the Storm Prediction Center and their meso analysis, and still looks like we have sufficient CAPE, the order of about 1,500 units. So that's the amount of instability that's in the air there across west central Kentucky. So it's still pretty formidable. All right, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do is I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to leave the feed running. I'm going to leave you guys on. Which radar do you want? Do you want the level 2, which is the one you're looking at now? Or do you want the big radar? I'll give you guys a second to vote. You can have this radar here, which is level, this is now red, not level 2. Got more to look at here, though. I can leave it on that for you. Or we can leave it on level 2, which is here, but it's much more focused. Okay, what's your all's vote? All right, no vote. That means you're gonna get WSV3. You're gonna get the big radar. Okay. All right, I'm gonna leave this up for a moment. I will be back. I'll be right back.
Whew.
Okay, well, that was supposed to be a short break. That's what happens when you get little family crises that occur. For those that have hung out with us, thank you for being on still. And we've got the weather moving into Metro Louisville right now. And let me tell you, I just went through it. Boy, that wind is legitimate. Sideways rain. There was a 1 tornado warning, but it looks like nothing has come of that. But we are going to go back over to level 2. And Chandra, that would be remarkable if 2 tornadoes near downtown Jackson in just a few weeks. That would be quite remarkable. I'm going to send a note over to my friend Rich as well. So anyway, yeah, every day's a circus, okay? It's just putting out fires left and right. I'm not going to elaborate, but I appreciate you guys hanging out. And all right, let's get the word out that we're tracking this through Louisville Metro, also making its way through Bowling Green right now. So all of central Kentucky, there is 1 tornado warning that has been issued, which we will cover during this update. And let's jump on in there. So you're looking at level 2 radar right now with, let's see, yeah, I mean, it's still diffuse rotation. I'm gonna rock it back, see if it was ever anything tighter, but I just don't think we're producing, which is that's good. That's the best case scenario. It is producing wind, I'll tell you that much. We just went through the squall line, and I almost stopped to get some video. It was that good. I mean, the rain was that heavy, and but completely sideways. I'd say we easily had 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts just now where I was at. Easy 40 to 50, and I wasn't exposed to it all that long. Okay, we're going to come back over to that radar in just a couple of moments. Let's see what WSV3 has going on. Looks like we got a few more people milling into the YouTube program. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. I was on for a good solid 2.5 hours. Decided to take a dinner break. Got a phone call from a family member, crisis, had to go run down, put out a fire, and now we're back. And no, I didn't get to eat dinner. Ugh. That's all right. It'll be waiting for us. So big line, front still hanging out west. You see the extent of the storm system goes all the way down to near Jackson again. According to Chandra, seeing some pretty heavy-duty weather down that way too. I will be checking out what's happening on the south end of this coming up here in a few minutes. Looks like there is a tornado warning south of Jackson right now, so we'll be taking a look at that. I've got that loaded in as we speak, so we'll go on over that. And we can do that now. Pretty good lightning show out there, by the way. Lots of lightning, lots of thunder. Let's go on over to the south side of the storm. And this is going to be south of Jackson right now. Let's see. Ooh. We're seeing a little bit of power flickering where we're at. A little power flickerage, if you will. And so we're looking over here at the Jackson radar. Hey, why don't we do a velocity in one of these? Let's do that instead. There we go. So we've got reflectivity on the left. We've got velocity over here now on the right. There is a tornado warning to the south. This is Port Gibson. Let's see if I can get the information on that warning. Here we go. Okay, so we have tornado warnings right now for Claiborne County, Mississippi. Tensas, Louisiana, Jefferson County in Mississippi, Copiah County in Mississippi. Everything else is a severe thunderstorm warning. These are all radar indicated tornado warnings where they are located. I'll try to show them to you. Again, I don't see any crazy supercellular type of storm structures here. Jackson, Mississippi, you're getting inundated right now with the rain. Heavy duty thunderstorms. It's been around you for a while, but that's going to continue. A lot of lightning down in this area. I'm going to be checking in with the National Weather Service as well during this update. Coming in out of Louisville, talking about that tornado warning for Grayson and Hardin County. They're going to expire that. Severe thunderstorm warnings do continue. By the way, they issue new ones, it looks like, for Clark, Floyd, Harrison County in Indiana, Bullitt, Hardin, Jefferson, Oldham, Shelby, Spencer counties in Kentucky until 8:45. So I'll tell you what I'll do is I'm going to screen grab. We'll take a screen grab here in a moment. Send that over to our friends that may be following from the viewing area. And yeah, they're really got Louisville covered up with all types of warnings right now. So we're going to cover that. In the meantime, if you guys don't mind helping us to get the word out that we're back on here covering this stuff, thanks for being on with us again as we watch this robust squall line of thunderstorms making its way through the region right now. There's a look at the Louisville metropolitan area, where we've got the tornado warnings in effect for all of Louisville. So your warning reads, East Central Harrison, South Central Clark, Southeastern Floyd in Indiana, Northwestern Spencer, Southwestern Oldham, Southwestern Shelby, and Jefferson County. Also Northeastern Hardin and Bullitt counties in Central Kentucky until 8:45. This is for wind gusts to 70 miles per hour. I mentioned that we were on the north end of this in Floyd County. It was easy 50 mile per hour wind gusts, so they're saying maximum gusts close to 70 miles per hour for some of this. Might be seeing some embedded areas, little areas of rotation could easily warn that, as they oftentimes do. So that's something for us to be cognizant of. There could be tornado warnings issued imminently for the Louisville metropolitan area. It could be. It's not a guarantee. I just know that they're seeing a little bit of rotation on the radar. And Weather Service hasn't shown a whole lot of restraint so far with this storm, so that could be something that they angle for. But we are tracking, again, this really nasty looking line of thunderstorms making its way through portions of central Kentucky down through central Tennessee, western Tennessee, much of Mississippi right now. I'm going to go ahead and take a screen grab of this. Get this over with our friends. Okay, and as you can see, that storm into the Louisville metropolitan area, that's the one with a 70 mile per hour winds, a possibility there. That would be my concern, and that's going to be, I'm going to find that file that it just saved for me. Okay, let's see if I can get that out on a tweet here, let people know that we're on, covering it live. Put this back into motion for you, watching for circulations developing. Okay, there it is. And yeah, thanks for hanging out with us here this evening. Active weather all the way around. We're going to be looking for some pictures. I'd like to see a live camera outside. If you guys have suggestions for a good live, preferably HD weather camera, let me know what you've got. Or if you have a good website for that, being impacted by the storms right now. Okay, and that's just about out. Okay, we're going to go ahead and send that along. That should help maybe get a little more traction on our YouTube channel. Again, we had to step away for, well, what I thought was going to be a little bit of a dinner break. Turned out to be more of ooh, there's a good power hit. I just lost one of my machines. That's not good. Alright, I lost the monitor. Let's hope I didn't lose the computer. Okay, so we kept the computer, just lost the monitor for a minute. That's okay. That's not the worst case scenario. Okay, so that's out in the way. I'm going to get my the Weather Live Media page. I want to get that shared over with my main Facebook page. So let's do that now. Let people know that we're on. Here we go. Share this on over. All right, that's out of the way. It is 8:20 on this Wednesday, April the 13th. Thanks for being on with us here. And let's see, over on our YouTube channel, appreciate you guys swinging by. Been covering this stuff on and off for about 4 hours now. And we're seeing some of the worst of the weather moving through here as we speak. A lot of this making its way through central Kentucky. We are looking at that line as it's just cruising on through the area right now. You can see from Louisville where you do have the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect, making its way through Shively. Heavy rainfall, torrential rainfall, vivid lightning, and again those winds could be absolutely legitimate. At 70 miles per hour, moving towards J-Town, Linden, Mount Washington. You're going to be next in line. Moving on down, E-Town, that front is through, at least the gust front. You're seeing high winds, heavy rain, lots of lightning. That entire section. And there's a tornado warning. We said they may be issuing one. They just did. Tornado warning just issued. This includes New Haven. New Haven issued in this tornado warning. Just south of the Louisville metropolitan area. So I'm going to get this information out as well. Okay, so tornado warning has been issued. I'm investigating that with you guys live. Let's go on over to level 2 radar here as we speak, taking a look at that potential circulation located north of Magnolia, approaching Buffalo. It's very close to Hodgenville, just to your south. So rotation being noted on radar, prompting a tornado warning. And getting that information out in real time, best fast as we possibly can. Let's see. Okay, let me get those counties on that for you. So this is going to be for Green. That warning goes until 8:45 Central Time. Okay, so a tornado warning has been issued for Greene, Hart, LaRue, Nelson counties. And let me go ahead and get that screen grab with that. All right, and that information is away. Tornado warning issued for the Louisville market. That's central Kentucky. Looking at a developing rotation, this actually looks like one of the better indicators that we've seen so far. Let me go ahead and see if I can't refine that storm relative velocity a little bit. It looks like very close to the town of Buffalo. Let's see if we got anything up in the sky. It's possible. It's not clear whether it's on the ground or not. This, according to radar, it is a possibility. A possibility right now that a tornado could be on the ground near Buffalo in central Kentucky. I'm going to put this into motion for you, for our friends over on Facebook. Thanks for being on. If you don't mind, a like and share. Trying to get the information out to as many people as possible. This is going to be one of the better areas of rotation that we've seen in the last hour or so, for sure. So a tremendous amount of wind energy associated with this storm, no doubt about that. And we want to make sure that we're mindful that even if you do not see or you are not impacted by a tornado per se, the winds associated with this storm, they're gonna rival that which you would see during a tornado in some cases. 70-mile-per-hour winds could be widespread throughout this region, and then all it takes is a little bit of that energy dipping out of the sky, and that energy could be transferred. You've got a lot of turning of the winds, a lot of veering of the winds as you move up in the atmosphere, and it doesn't take a whole lot to bring some of that energy to the ground, whether it be through straight line winds, or in this case it appears that there may be a circulation that is either developing or has already reached the ground. We don't have confirmation, no radar confirmation of that. As mentioned, I was looking at the correlation coefficient for any for the possibility of a TDS or a tornadic debris signature. It was non-conclusive, but it did show that it was a possibility. So we are watching again right here across central portions of Kentucky. There's a list of some of the areas that could be impacted. So it's located very close to Buffalo, just south of Hodgenville. If it holds this course, New Haven, you're going to be impacted by this. Balltown, and then Bardstown. We'll have to look out. Bardstown, you are underneath a tornado warning. Bardstown. For the Louisville metropolitan area, that is a severe thunderstorm warning is mentioned, damaging to destructive high winds of up to 70 miles per hour. Possibility of 70-mile-per-hour winds with this, so that's pretty legitimate. Let's see if there's any information coming in from the National Weather Service out of Louisville. And they are saying that they did receive a wind gust report of 53 knots. That's from the airport. So quick math on that. 53 knots, that's going to be very close to 60 mile-per-hour winds. We've got trees down in Breckenridge County near Sample. That's along Highway 259. It looks like another tornado warning is coming out. This one's for Jefferson County. So Louisville, you're going under a tornado warning now. Parts of Louisville underneath a tornado warning. This is being issued in real time. It hasn't even popped up on my map yet, but they're talking about it here in chat. That's going to be for Jefferson, Oldham, Shelby counties. That's a tornado warning that goes until 8:45 p.m. Central Time. There it is. There it is, and I can see that circulation here. Okay, so let me grab this. Tracking not one, but now a pair of tornado warned storms. This one definitely, yes. Okay, so this one's got a better feature to it. It looks more the part. If that's what I'm saying. It looks more the part. So where is this? This is south of Fern Creek, very close to the Gene Snyder. So it's going to roll just south of Fern Creek. Southern portions of J-Town will be impacted by this, out by the Gene Snyder. That is moving towards Simpsonville. Simpsonville, you are under the warning, so that's a pretty populated area. And let me get this information out. I'm going to put this into motion for you, and we'll continue to live track this as it develops in real time. If you guys are in the Louisville metropolitan area, please give me a share on this. We want to get this out in front of as many people as possible. Okay, so yeah, if you all don't mind a quick share. Look at that. Look at that little. That's a TVS, a tornadic vortex signature, showing up in the little triangle there. And that's a pretty good signature right there. Okay. So let's get this information out to as many people as we can, as quickly as we possibly can. This is a populated area. I told you in the Louisville metropolitan area they're going to issue a tornado warning, and they did. And they did. I need my computer to speed up. Let's go, boy. Come on now. Come on, you got this. Okay, and that tornado warning does go until 8:45. 8:45. Okay, that information is out. Thank you for helping me get the information out. That's over there on the Twitter page. I'm going to share this over with our friends also on Getter and also on Facebook. Thank you for being on. Let's get the latest from the National Weather Service. A tornado observed. Tornado observed. Okay? Okay, so tornado warning, tornado observed tag. So they've got eyeballs on it. Let's get eyeballs on it. Again, there it is. Okay, so this is legitimate. This appears to be a fairly potent tornado now developing. Okay, let's see TDS. Is there a TDS on this? And that appears to be a debris ball, a developing debris ball. Okay. So we're not messing around. Let's get this information out to as many people as possible. If you're on Facebook, share. You don't know who's watching this in the Louisville metropolitan area. My guess is that there's going to be quite a few. That's my guess. All right, so let's go ahead, share, more options. Share. Okay, that's out. Thank you for being on. Looks like a pretty bad situation developing, as mentioned. Another tornado warning now. Now we've got 3. Wow. Okay, 3 tornado warnings for the Louisville viewing area. 2 of them are in the metropolitan area. 2 tornado warnings for the metropolitan area now. Okay, so let's identify first circulation up here. It's south of Gene Snyder. It's moving towards Simpsonville. Circulation was very tight a moment ago. It looks like it may be broadening just a little bit. But heavy-duty rotation, where we've got outbounds at about 50 knots. We've got inbounds at about 60 knots. So about 110. The new warning, which was just issued down here south of Elk Creek, the new warning does include portions of Spencer, Central Shelby, Northwestern Woodford, Northwestern Anderson, East Central Jefferson, and Western Franklin counties. That goes until 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And again, there's the one to the south, which still showing some of that circulation there as well. It looks like it shifted to the southeast, though. Best rotation between Howardstown and Raywick. So, yeah, okay. There was a little bit of a lull in the tornadic activity. Big meso low, by the way. If you're in downtown Louisville, southern Indiana, you're going to be okay. Just rain and lightning, some wind. But you can see this segment south of 71. Moving into eastern Jefferson County, portions of Shelby County, southern Oldham County, Spencer County, and then again further south along that 65 corridor, that's where you do have damaging to destructive winds and the possibility of tornadoes for all of that. Okay. Yeah, it just got really busy, really fast, by the way, Chandra. Let me know if you got any confirmation of a touchdown near Jackson. Julia Hines, where was the tornado development? We're looking at 3 different rotations now. You're looking at them live on our level 2 radar data. 3 distinguished rotations. The one that's most pronounced is this one on the northern end. So that's the one I'm going to track most as close as I can. It is moving towards Simpsonville. Let's take a look at our radar Omega perspective. Give you guys kind of a little bit of a different vantage point here. Okay, so going on over to radar Omega, we'll be checking back in with the National Weather Service. Strong storm system. And again, individual rotations along this line. It's being noted. And I'm going to stop it right here on the last frame. And you can see there's a lot of these little pockets where you got air moving in different directions, And anytime you get one of those little notch features, it can allow for a quick spin up. I mean, that's enough for something to drop out of the sky, tear your roof off in a heartbeat, down trees for sure, power lines, no doubt. And that's in addition to the dangerous straight line winds. I don't know why they don't have a severe thunderstorm warning for Bloomfield, Fairfield. That should be a severe. All of that should be a severe. They need to be warning all of this according to the velocity data that I'm getting. So it doesn't make a difference where you're at along this line. You need to treat it as a severe thunderstorm, tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm, tornado possible. Makes no difference what part of that line you're in right now here at the moment. Pretty heavy duty stuff right now. Got a lot of juice in the atmosphere. Dew point temperatures are still up into the 60s for most of the region. If I run through the list of all the warnings right now, tornado warning for LaRue, Nelson, Marion, Greene, Washington counties. In Kentucky, in addition to Shelby, Oldham, and Jefferson. And then now there's a tornado warning for Decatur. Decatur in Indiana, that's Jasper. That don't make any sense to me. Let me go up there and look at that. Oh, no, that's not Jasper. That's Du Bois I'm thinking of. And then tornado warning for Spencer. There it is, Shelby, Franklin, and Anderson counties. I know my friend over there at TVQ in Lexington. He's not going to enjoy that, but that's part of the biz. That's part of the biz, you know. You got to do what you got to do. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so that's the Decatur storm. I'm going to go back over to level 2. We'll take a look at this together. Out of Greensburg, Indiana, there is a tornado warning. It's really far north, honestly. But I just want to show you where the warning is located. There's a closer radar, but we can't get to it at the moment. This is radar indicated rotation. Near Greensburg, it says, but it looks like it's dropped south and east of Greensburg. That warning is going to be for Decatur County until 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Getting closer to the Louisville metropolitan area, heavy-duty thunderstorms, embedded tornado rotations, tornadic rotations. Got a rotation very close to Simpsonville now. If you're in Simpsonville, you need to take your shelter now. Simpsonville, get into a safe place. Get into a safe place if you're in Simpsonville right now. All right, looking on down the line. Elk Creek, Taylorsville. Looking at those individual warnings that are moving through right now. Got no less than 3 tornado warnings into the area now. 3 tornado warnings into the Louisville viewing area. And that does extend out towards Frankfort. So that's the Louisville viewing area. That's also the Louisville or LMK forecast office, National Weather Service forecast office out of Louisville. Let's check with them now. Okay, LG&E reporting 16,000 power, 16,000 without power in Jefferson County. Got Mesonet station reporting 70 mile per hour in Shelby County, western Shelby County, 70 mile per hour winds. Taylor County measured a gust of 62 miles per hour. In western Shelby, just got a gust of 70.3 miles per hour. 70 miles per hour winds widespread, it looks like. Okay, new tornado warning coming out. Another one, a 4th one. And this is for Simpsonville. They're really targeting. Simpsonville could be seeing a tornado now. It's a possibility. So they issued a new warning on this. Unbelievable. Well, I mean, it's warnings all over the place right now for the Louisville metropolitan area. Louisville Metro and eastward. We were just... okay, so get this image out. You need to be in your safe place now if you live where? Simpsonville. Where is this going? It's going to be moving just north of Shelbyville. Shelbyville, you are blanketed by a tornado warning, so I would, because you've got circulations to your south that could lift into your area. Eventually, this makes its way out towards Eminence, Pleasureville, Cropper, Newcastle, Smithfield. Watching the additional circulation to the south, and now fifth. There's a fifth warning, and this one includes Loretto, Springfield, that's Washington County, Nelson County, and Marion County. Okay, wow. Okay, 5 tornado warnings in effect right now. It's getting a little chaotic, little difficult to keep up with at this point. Still, we've got about 1,000 units of CAPE to work with here. Let's see how many's on that YouTube feed, because I know it hasn't been getting a lot of traction. Good job on Facebook, by the way. Keep getting the words out on Facebook. We appreciate you. If you're on YouTube, yeah, we could use a little help getting the word out that we're on here. All right, so I'm gonna send this out here now. No less than 5. Count them. 5 tornado warnings. Okay, so that's out on my Twitter feed. Thank you if you've helped to get out that information. Thank you. So this is for our friends over in Twitterland. We'll repeat this over in Getterland. Getter, Gettr. That's a new censorship-free social media. I think when it comes to tornado warnings, there should be 0 censorship. Hopefully we all agree on that. Right? And so as I do that, I want to also make sure that I get that information over to my YouTubers. We're going to go back over to the other radar. This is Radar Omega. And again, you guys can see all of the storms at once. And there's a lot. They went ahead and they trimmed down 2 of the warnings. So now we're back down to 3, but 3 individual tornado warnings. You can see them as they are racing off to the east. These storms are moving at 65 to 70 miles per hour. 65 to 70 miles per hour. And let's see what the Weather Service is saying. Firefighter in LaRue County hearing reports of damage. Possible funnel seen over Lincoln Parkway about 20 minutes ago. Okay. All right, that's Way. Who do we have in the program? Again, getting out tornado warnings from many areas in central Kentucky right now. These are moving towards eastern Kentucky with haste. Springfield, get into your safe place now. Springfield, Willisburg, to the north. Shelbyville, you're in between 2 tornado warnings. Treat it like you've been warned. It's already through Taylorsville. You're fine in Taylorsville, but you're not fine in Southville, Bridgeport, Hatton, to the north. Chestnut Grove, Eminence, Newcastle. Tornado warnings are in effect for you as well. To the south, tornado warning again, Springfield, but that's Lebanon as well. Mackville, Willisburg, moving towards Harrodsburg. All right. And, okay. So that gets us up to date on the social media warnings. It's out. I've done what I can do. Let's take a look at this system as it continues to impact a large swath of the area. And we'll be looking for social media images as well. Any damage that comes down the pipe. We'll be interested in getting that over to you guys in very short order. Okay, so severe threat will continue. Looks like for another hour or two, but should become more isolated as the line moves to the east. That's into eastern and southeastern Kentucky. But right now, we're close to peak intensity. It took a little longer than we thought, but right now we are close to peak intensity when it comes to the storm. I'm going to take you back over to level 2, and then we'll look at WSV3 together. You can see those individual circulations still showing up. Right there, this is going to be close to the town of Waddy and Clay Village. Take your tornado precautions. Waddy and Clay Village. And then moving towards Cropper, Pleasureville, and Eminence. You've got another circulation near you to the south. It's on top of Lebanon. In Springfield, it's moving rapidly in your direction. Put all this into motion for you guys. Okay, so all this associated with huge line. It does extend north and south for, I don't know, 800 miles, 1,000 miles. Yeah, in the center of the low up there near Milwaukee or Green Bay, Wisconsin. And you can see all this ahead of a powerful cold front with that severe line of storms, squall line with embedded mesocyclones, areas of rotation, ripping through the Ohio River Valley right now. You know, the line's not moving as fast further to the south, where you don't have quite as much wind energy, but you still have a lot going on. Tremendous amount of thunderstorm activity right now in Jackson, Mississippi, for instance, where we have been getting reports from Chandra Stewart over on the Facebook page. So Chandra, thanks for being on. Thanks for reporting and doing what you do. Will these storms push East Coast, heading from Rock to South Carolina? It's coming in from Lindsay Marie on the Facebook channel. And they will push east, but they're going to die dramatically. And you're not going to have any issues. There's only a marginal risk for parts of the East Coast tomorrow, which means you'll probably run into some rain, a little lightning, a little thunder. It's unlikely you'll see anything severe. It's unlikely. But you will have showers and storms that are left over from this. That's tomorrow, but the issues that we are having, it's right now. So right now, again, severe thunderstorms galore, and we had 5 tornado warnings at one time into central Kentucky. We're down to 3. I'm going to go back over to level 2 radar so you guys can check that out. But not 1, not 2, but 3 tornado warnings in effect right now. We'll start you from north and we'll work south. Big meso low, by the way. If you watch this thing, I'm going to put it into motion for you. That low going just south or almost right over Louisville. Okay? And it's pushing that line out ahead of it as quickly as it possibly can. Within that line, we get individual eddies or individual vortices. And some of them, again, prompting the National Weather Service to issue tornado warnings. Tornado warning in effect for, this is Oldham County. This is making its way into Shelby, Henry, Franklin counties until 9:15. You can see some of the locations here. Smithfield to Eminence to Pleasureville, town of Copper. Newcastle, you're on the northern end of this. You want to treat this as a legit warning for you as well. Most impressive signature I see right now, it's just south of Clay Village. That warning does include the town of Waddy. So tornado warning for Spencer, Central Shelby, Northwestern Woodford, Northwestern Anderson, East Central Jefferson, and then also Western Franklin County. They finally issued that severe thunderstorm warning I said that they should have, but now that includes the entire region. That's a severe from Stamping Ground Frankfort south to Harrodsburg, and then east to Taylorsville to Bloomfield. So that entire area bracketed by severe, probably going to be touting 70-mile-per-hour winds. Let's see if I'm right. A huge area, 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. All right, so again, tornado warnings. And the third one is down here where we do have still pronounced circulation near Springfield. And there's a couple other little circulations in this line. It's moving towards Mackeyville, maybe Willisburg, Caldwell. And then if it holds together out towards Harrodsburg, you are, as mentioned, underneath that severe thunderstorm warning. So a plethora of warnings. More severe thunderstorm warnings to the south. Bowling Green's been cleared. Glasgow's been cleared. But Columbia, Greensburg, Campbellsville, moving towards Liberty, Kentucky. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, quick shout out to our YouTubers. Thanks for stopping by. Be sure to like, share, subscribe, all that fun stuff. And moving on over to our friends on Facebook. Good to see you guys on here, helping to stay safe, hopefully at this time. Watching these storms race through central Kentucky. These storms, the individual storms, are moving close to 70 miles per hour. Take a look at this latest here that came out. The storm is moving, we believe, at about 70 miles per hour. Incredible speed on the system here. From a micro or a macro level, though, I'm hoping we're beginning to watch it lose a little bit of its punch. That would be good. It would also be expected as we are looking at instability values, CAPE, convective available potential energy, now down in the order of about 500 to 1,000 units of CAPE. So that much is better. That's certainly doable. But it is enough to sustain these storms a bit longer. Let's see if we've got anything coming out of, and I'm not trying to ignore my friends down here in Nashville. So I do want to check with them. They have a severe thunderstorm warning for Nashville, the whole Nashville metropolitan area. And they've got severes all over the place to the south as well. Not worried about that at the moment. Still watching, again, this trio of tornado warnings now making its way through central and moving into eastern Kentucky. There's a look at the bigger picture here. We go on over to our WSV3 radar setup. Surface front hanging back to the west. And that line is just blitzkrieging, moving so fast. Did just pick up a 56 mile per hour gust in Shelby County. We've got some reports of damage coming out of LaRue County, unsure of the location. Let's take a look at Radar Omega, where on this particular map you can see where we've got those dew point temperatures, again, rather high. 60-degree dew point temperatures. It's a 64-degree dew point temperature in Clarksville, 63 in Louisville. That's a lot of moisture, a lot of moisture. The severe threat isn't back here, though, in all this heavy rain. You got heavy rain all the way from Morganfield to Madisonville to Paoli to Seymour to Greensburg, up to just east of Indianapolis, Newcastle region, Richmond. All that's heavy rain. All that's going to come in behind this thing. There is a tornado warning that was just issued from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I'm going to go south now. I'm going to move into Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I'm going to see if I can get radar imagery on that. That's coming up next. Murfreesboro, that's a pretty big suburb of Nashville. Murfreesboro, Tennessee, tornado warning for you. Okay, I've got that information coming up. Should just take a minute there, but you can see where it's coming from. So Murfreesboro, you're the latest here, and there it is. Embedded area of rotation located near Kirkland. It's right there along the line, as you would expect, and they're moving this thing really quickly. So let me pull up Nashville in their chat. That's Nashville National Weather Service. Let's see what they've got going on. Tornado warning for Rutherford, Williamson, Rutherford and Williamson counties until 8:30 Central Time. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 10 miles east of Thompson Station, or 12 miles southeast of Franklin, moving east at 60 miles per hour. So yeah, that storm down there, it's got some get up and go as well. Take you back over to our level 2 in just a moment. Let's go ahead and loop this bad boy. There you go. See Nashville getting slammed with a heavy-duty thunderstorm. They're issuing severe thunderstorm warnings for everybody. Everybody. Okay, let's go back over to level 2 radar. That's WSV3, and level 2 is here. So some of the locations: College Grove, it's on top of you now. Eagleville, moving towards Overall. Is that really its name? Overall. And then Murfreesboro. Again, this is going to be more likely lower end, more of a spin up type of a deal. Let's see if there's any new information coming in from Nashville. They did report winds of 56 knots, or about 65 miles per hour. That was at the airport. When did that come in? Looks like 8:56 just now. Okay, we do have a spotter report of a funnel cloud 9 miles west of Linville, Tennessee. It said it formed, nearly touched down, it said, and quickly receded, it said. All right, so warning for areas south of Nashville. Whole region, from near Gallatin all the way down to the state line. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings. And these are going to be for some pretty high winds as well. Those winds are 70 mile per hour wind gust. Storms moving east at 65. Okay, so obviously a lot happening. Let's take a look at what these storms are going to do. Take you on over to some high resolution weather modeling, see where they're going next, and see how they maintain their intensity, or if they maintain their intensity. Let's do that now. And then we'll go back to the north to watch the storms across central, now moving into eastern Kentucky. So that's coming up next. All right, here's the HRRR, latest run of the HRRR, and it's just coming in, so we'll have to go back one run ago. Here you go. So this is now 9 o'clock Eastern, and here's 10. I'll tell you, they don't look like they're going to weaken a lot. 11, and then there you go. By midnight, they're really weakening. But not in the next couple of hours, it still looks like they're going to be holding on to some steam. And this is going to go right up into southwestern Ohio. So Cincinnati, expect these storms to be moving up in your neighborhood between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. Tremendous amount of rain up there. On the south side, areas along 64, that's probably in south of 64, that's where the main severe risk will be. along and south of 64 overnight. Additional showers through early morning hours, and then I'm happy to say we'll have much drier weather returning for the day tomorrow. So that much is good. That much will be better. In the meantime, let's take another scan over here at that storm that's approaching Murfreesboro, Tennessee. And yeah, I mean, there's definitely rotation here. I'm going to place a marker and let's go ahead and recalibrate our storm motion. Okay, and rotation evident right about here. I don't think it's on the ground, but let's check. I don't see evidence that it is on the ground, so certainly not confirmed. And there's a look at the bigger picture. Everything rolling from west to east. Big storm. It should have peaked in intensity by now, but it's holding on. It is holding on. It is a strong storm system. I want to work our way back north where they do have tornado warnings that are ongoing. Moving out of the Louisville market, moving into the Lexington market. So I'm going to be bringing that up here next. If you guys have any questions, now's a great time to ask them. And got Emily on. Our electric is out and tornado warning. And Emily, remind me, I thought you were down Bardstown, Shepherdsville way. Remind me, I don't remember where you're at. I know it's Brian that's in Shepherdsville. So you live in Bardstown maybe? I don't remember. You have to remind me. Melinda Morgan on. Good to see you on here, Melinda. Thanks for keeping us updated. You betcha. And over on the YouTube page, Ghost King asking about Shelbyville. Tornado is in Louisville. Well, there was some in the Louisville metropolitan area. It looks like there was a touchdown, likely not too far away from Fern Creek. Near Fern Creek, south of J-Town. It looked like it did, in fact, touch down. But I think it lifted also pretty quickly as well. And tornado warning, so let's go ahead and give you the latest north of Frankfort right now. Tornado warning for eastern Shelby County, northwestern Scott County, northeastern Henry County, northern Franklin County. That goes until 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a radar indicated tornado. The storm is moving. It says northeast only 55. They were screaming at 65 to 70 miles per hour just a short time ago. And just a sliver of a warning left up here for, it's Oldham County. They're going to go ahead and cancel that. Still a tornado warning down here for Macville, Willisburg to Cardwell. But realistically, yeah, any potential circulation over here approaching Harrodsburg, that's a severe thunderstorm warning for you. Okay, so the storms are beginning to weaken, and I can tell that because now it's detached itself from the stratiform precipitation which is behind it. Okay, so we are seeing a weakening trend now with this storm moving into east central Kentucky. Finally, whew, really hung on. Still dangerous, still potentially tornadic in some cases. Chandra says we are reporting lots of trees down here in Mississippi. See if I still have Jackson. I do. I've got Jackson up. What are they saying? Jackson says a tornado in Scott County is riding just south of the I-20. So it sounds like there may be a tornado down in Jackson, Mississippi right now. I'm going to investigate that. Next, Chandra, that's for you. I see it. So we're going to take the radar out of Brandon, Mississippi. And this storm, if it holds on, it's making a beeline for Meridian. It's coming for you. All right, so we'll take a look at that next. Tornado crossing just south of I-20, crossed over Highway 13 moments ago. Okay, so getting all types of damage reports, trees down, power outages also from the Jackson area. Jackson, Mississippi, we're talking about that now. And don't forget, we've got the storm with the tornado warning for Murfreesboro. Murfreesboro. Let's take a look. Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Central Tennessee. Tornado warning for you. You can see that storm getting closer. It looks like that, if anything, maybe spinning up some. All right, Murfreesboro, you need to be in your safe place now. We're going to take a look at that in a moment. Right now, we're down between Jackson and Meridian in Mississippi. Jackson and Meridian, moving on over to level 2. Let's get storm motion on this. Let's get the warning out. That circulation located near Pulaski. Tornado warning for northern Jasper County, Newton County, northern Smith, and southern Scott counties in central Mississippi until 8:45 p.m. Central Time. It is a radar confirmed. So it was on the ground. Let's see if it's on the ground now. I'm going to go back. There it was. Yep. That's the real deal. You can tell it's the real deal because when you go on it, and I'm going to right click on top of that couplet. We're going to place a marker there, and let's see if we've got anything up in the air. Sure enough, that's a TDS. That is a tornadic debris signature. Let's see if that circulation is holding on, though. It looks like it pulsed up, and now it's pulsing down. So it's unlikely it's still on the ground, but I'm going to look anyway. Still a little, so there's still debris in the air. I don't know if the tornado is on the ground at this point, but there's still debris in the air. Going to move just north of Pulaski. So, yep. So if it holds on, it's going to move from Morton to Forest to Lake to Newton to Hickory. If it refires up, Meridian, you're next. As we speak, tornado warning to the north as well, near Pearl River. Pearl River moving towards Philadelphia. That's a pretty sizable town. Philadelphia, Mississippi. Tornado warning for Lee County, Neshoba County, and central Mississippi. That goes until 8:30 p.m. Central Time. Moving east at 65 miles per hour. Okay. All right, so bad weather abounds right now at this hour. It's 9:11 Eastern Time, 8:11 Central. I'm going to check my feeds. They're going to go ahead and cancel the tornado warning for Lee County. I'm going to check my feeds, see if we have anything coming in on the social media wires. Okay, tornado warning storm in Elk Creek. This is a local meteorologist. I don't know who he is. See what it looks like here, though. We'll watch it together. Let's check it out. From Andrew Dockery. Tornado warned to sell. Oh, wait, you guys aren't looking at it, are you? Now you will. Now you will be. You hear those peepers. I assume that's lightning and not a power flash that I just saw. Let's look again. Play it one more time. It's hard to tell. Kind of looked like that was coming from the ground. Hard to tell. Tornado warned storm, Elk Creek. Is that Nelson County? Or is that... I have to look on the map. That's looking towards Mount Washington. So maybe northern Bullitt County. All right. Let's see anybody else reporting that stuff. Here we go. All right. Let's take a look at the sideways rain out of Nashville. Well, that's not 15 seconds. Okay, that was shorter than advertised. What about this one? This is from Vanderbilt University.
Tips just because he can't see what's going on as we take the live camera out of Vanderbilt University. These storms right overhead in Nashville, and you're getting quite the light show. Heavy rain coming down in the buckets. You've got the winds. What you're noticing, look at the wind. That is your sustained wind coming out of the north at 41
By the way, you
miles
can
per
never
hour, but this has
look
been
at the
going
wind.
down.
Okay, now you can look at debris flying in the wind, but you can never look at the wind. I'm just saying, I know I'm being technical. All right, we're going to check in with our friends down in Mississippi as well. And don't see. Let's go see if we've got any more reports, tornadoes coming out. All right, this is what appears to be a tornado this is near Mount Washington, so that same storm we were looking at. Let's see. Is there a tornado in there? Let's take a look. It's definitely a lowering. Looks like that could very well be a wall cloud. I don't see anything touching the ground, so maybe a funnel.
Alright, we're going in.
And that guy was out of there. He'd had enough. All right. Okay, so that's now available. Those that follow me on Twitter. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, Flowood, Mississippi. I used to live in Flowood. I used to live right there. Make sure Shundra knows this picture's out there. Shundra, Flowood. Okay, here's another one. Potentially in Jackson. Did we get a touchdown? Oh, this is a time lapse. Great. What do we got? Oh, there it is. Funnel. We got a funnel. We got multiple funnels. Ooh, we may have a touchdown. Yeah, it looks like that came down at least for a minute. Okay, cool. All right. Very cool. Not cool if that was by your house. Here's Reed Timmer, possible large tornado, he says. Well, Reed, you should know, man. You're a tornado expert. What do you mean possible large tornado?
Man, it's got a low on this right there.
Holy cow. What a circulation in there. Yeah.
I think are you sure we need to rush east right now? It's really slow.
I think we need to be ready.
I mean, I agree.
I think we're going to wait for it right here on this road. You know, and it's going to cross. So we're north and west. You ready?
Yeah, there's definitely a potential tornado in there. All right, with that being said, new tornado warnings are being issued. We are in... nope, that's the same one. We are up to date. We're doing better than we thought we were. We're still investigating these storms down in Jackson, Mississippi. Moving out of Jackson, moving towards Meridian. I'll put this in motion for you. Oh, there's another picture. It looks like maybe from that same time lapse that we saw. It's not the same time lapse though. It looks like it may be the same storm because I recognize the double funnel feature. Check this out. This is cool. Yeah, that looks like it's on the ground.
Get your phone, take pictures. Push the red button on top of my GoPro.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. That is from Braden Siao, maybe? Siao? Whatever. All right, very cool. That's been shared. And then one more from Jackson, Mississippi.
I'm just moving over. Sorry.
Oh, you're okay.
You're good. Keep recording.
Okay. Looks like sideways rain. All right. Oh, this looks cool. This is moving through Fern Creek. Take a look at that shelf cloud. That's what you call a shelfie. Well, that left. I'm not sure where it went. Or we've got developing tornado in the tornado warned area. Let's go back to Mississippi. Developing tornado. I know they already had the warning, but it had lifted, but now it's developing again. That's a pretty surefire signature here from where I'm sitting. Looks like an embedded tornado is on the ground. Yes, sirree. We've got debris, a TDS. Tornadic debris signature. Tornado just touched down. They already had the warning out, but the tornado had lifted. It's back. Just south of Forest, Mississippi. Tornado warning for you. And again, that's that same area. Moving right down Interstate 20. It is on the interstate. On Interstate 20 right now. Okay, take a look at all that. That's cool. How about that, huh? I mean, it's not cool if you live there. But watching them spin up like that, wow, happens so fast. So fast, incredibly fast. I'm curious. Yeah, what type of... yeah, we've still got about 1,000 units of Cape down there. All right. So with that, again, tornado warnings moving, trucking right down Interstate 20. Let's see who we have. Do I still have the show? Because I had a little bit of a crash over here. It didn't affect you guys, but it does affect my ability to interact with you guys at the moment. Yeah, okay. So I'm trying to get back. Let's see who we have. Been going for a while on this particular broadcast. Thanks to my YouTube friends for being on here. You guys, if you haven't liked it yet, please do so. If you haven't subscribed, I'd like for you to, and we want you to come back. Hit the notification bell. That way you know when we're on. This channel dedicated to tracking higher-end severe weather events. We don't mess around with the piddly stuff, but when you have a major storm, we try to be here for you. And okay, so we've got watching over some of the social landscape. Still, obviously, a lot of activity to talk about. All right, let's get back into this. I'm going to try to get my feedback up so I can see if anybody's on here tracking with us, or if there are any questions or whatnot. Let's go with our Weather Live Media page. And if you follow us on Facebook, yeah, thanks for being on here. That's Weather Live Media. It's a pretty new channel. And it's kind of a collaboration with me, meteorologist Rich Lupia, looking for other partners that maybe want to help to grow the channel, want to become a part of what we're doing. So reach out to me. Okay, so it looks like we've got Marie on, Chandra, and good to see you guys on here. Emily was on here, Melinda and Lindsay. So good to see you guys on here. And all right, let's get back over to live tracking and two tornado warnings across the eastern now sections of Mississippi. This one's dying rapidly. I don't see any threat with that whatsoever at all. But the one along that Interstate 20 corridor still looks like it could be doing some business here. Circulation located very close to Lake. It will be near Newton, Hickory, in just a short period of time. So as that continues to traverse off to the east. Let's broaden our view. Go on over to WSV3 radar. Showing those storms as they've been making their way through the Midwest. And what's really impressive about the storm is just how quickly this squall line got out ahead of the actual cold front, which is hanging out way to the west. And it just got ripping and roaring and got up and got out of there. Had some heating, and that helped to intensify those storms today. But the northern part of this should be weakening. It is weakening. All of it should be weakening because we've lost heating. And I have seen those signatures. But with that being said, they still have warnings. Still a number of warnings to get to. One across north central Kentucky, northeastern Kentucky. I'll have that in a couple of moments. All right, is it Rosalie? Rosalie Paul. Really like your style, Jeremy. You keep it up, bud. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being on. Be sure to come back, and don't forget that thumbs up. You owe me one of those, right? And yeah, I had a crash on one of my browsers, so I lost some of my feed. But I think we got most of this on here. Still looking at that one little warning went right through the Murfreesboro area. That one's about dead. So Murfreesboro, they're going to lift your warning. I think that storm is weakening as well. So Murfreesboro, you're fine. Let's move on up. And we still have the one warning here. Oh, man, that's kind of no man's land. Up here near Williamson. I'm going to go ahead and take this out of Wilmington. Wilmington, Ohio. We'll have this coming for you in a moment. Chandra's stuck at work until everything calms down. I could be here until 2 a.m. Chandra, what are you doing, man? I mean, not man. Till 2 a.m.? Why? Those storms are moving through, aren't they? What do we have to stick around for? Okay, so looking at the storms now moving through Cincinnati, Ohio. This is for you. Cincinnati, you're seeing strong thunderstorms, but not severe. There was a tornado warning to the south near Williamson. I honestly don't see a rotation in there. I don't. Maybe it was there. Let's go back. Okay, so the time they issued the warning, man, just a really broad, not much of a circulation at all. But whatever, Williamstown, Morgan, you're under a tornado warning. That's for portions of Grant and Pendleton counties. I'll leave that at that. Nothing really to write home about. These storms appear to be weakening. That's good. Let's go back to the Louisville market here in a moment. Yep, Murfreesboro is in the clear. They're in the clear. You guys want to know what I'm doing? I'm scanning for new information. Okay. And I'm trying to organize my life all at the same time. Alright, that looks better. All right, it is 9:30. I do believe we are seeing a definite weakening trend, although they did just issue a new tornado warning, 2 of them, in fact, across portions of Tennessee. Let's go on down to Radar Omega. We're seeing a definite weakening trend, although they did just issue a new tornado warning, 2 of them, in fact, across portions of Tennessee. Let's go on down to Radar Omega. We're seeing a All right, well, there you go. You got 2 of me for a moment there, and I apologize. All right, Radar Omega showing we got action down there in central Tennessee. A pair of tornado warnings. One has now moved east of Murfreesboro, near Woodbury, moving towards some very small towns. But there is a definite circulation there, just north of Ruddyville. So Woodbury, take your shelter now. Moving towards Sugar Tree Knob. Take your shelter. Another tornado warning near, move through Wartrace, Fairfield, Tennessee. Moving towards Noah, New Union, Midway, Pocahontas, and Shady Grove. Summitville, if it holds together. Pretty vigorous line of storms, no doubt. Ton of rain behind it too, but again, like the northern storms, I'm starting to see some separation between the main squall line and the rain, the stratiform rain behind it. Oftentimes, that's a sign that it's weakening. So gradual weakening trend, that would be good. Gradual weakening trend. All right, let's move into the Lexington market. Lexington, Kentucky, coming for you now. Lexington, you're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. You can see the storms as they've been raking through much of that region. So Lexington, storms on top of you. They are severe thunderstorm warnings for Lexington. Let's get this, and it's right on top of Lexington, moving from Lexington to Fayette right now, Georgetown, Kentucky. So that warning's massive. I mean, it's absolutely huge. Warning includes northwestern Girard, east central Anderson, Clark County, Jessamine, Nicholas, Harrison, eastern Franklin, Mercer, Woodford, Scott, Bourbon, northeastern Boyle, northern Madison, and Fayette counties. These are for winds to 70 miles per hour. Quarter-size hail with that as well. So it doesn't make a difference where you're at. I mean, stronger storms in Cincinnati, but they get severe once you get to Williamstown. It's severe Georgetown. It's severe Lexington, Nicholasville, Stanford. You can see they're extending the warnings further south. Additional severe warnings coming down the pipe from Mount Vernon in Kentucky. Okay, folks, it's 9:34. Probably not going to roll too much longer with this. I think we've seen the worst of the weather. I think things overall improving. I would say that tornado threat will remain longest to the south, where they still have a little bit of instability. So portions of eastern, southeastern Mississippi may be extending into far western, southwestern Alabama. But I think that tornado threat for Kentucky, Tennessee is going to rapidly diminish. So that should be some good news for some folks. Good evening to you, Marie. Great to see you on here. Good to see my friend Andrea May on. Good to see you, Andrea. Kathy on. Yep, thanks for stopping by. Be sure to come back to Weather Live Media on Facebook. And then we appreciate our YouTubers as well. It's been fun. Not really. But it has been. It's been good to inform you guys. And we were afraid that it could have been a larger event than what it turned out to be. I'm actually quite relieved that we didn't see more powerful tornadoes develop today. That's good. We'll take the straight line wind. We'll take the spin ups, you know. I'm going to check in with the Weather Service, see if there's anything else that we need to bring to your all's attention here. All right, let's see what the Weather Service is saying. We're going to start you in Jackson, Mississippi. Okay, so we got trees down, power lines down. Where's that at? Hines, Mississippi. Thunderstorm, trees down across Highway 61 south of Highway 3, and that's in Redwood, Mississippi, Warren County. Okay, otherwise it looks like doing okay. Let's check out Nashville. Got thunderstorm wind damage near Murfreesboro. Yeah, really nothing to write home. They do continue the 1 tornado warning. That's for Cannon and Coffee counties until 9 p.m. And it's radar indicated. Moving out of the Louisville market, I got wind damage reported out of Hart County. Outbuildings destroyed along Cub Run Highway near Dog Creek Road. Also, some got a measured wind gust of 62 miles per hour from a mesonet. That is in Taylor County, looks like. Yeah, severe thunderstorms galore. Here's a look at all the warnings right now. We got tornado alerts for Pendleton and Grant. That warning should be about to expire. Tornado warning for Newton, Mississippi. That's radar indicated. Tornado warning for Cannon, DeKalb, Warren, and Rutherford counties in Tennessee. Goes for about another 20 minutes or so. Coffee County, Cannon and Coffee. Tornado warning there. Winston, Mississippi. Tornado warning for you. Everything else is just severe. Yeah, Andrew, we're moving in the right direction. Where are your friends at, by the way? Let's go back north. Again, storms entering eastern Kentucky now, where they're putting severes up, and they're going to continue with that. But again, the tornado threat looks like it's really, really diminished. Really diminished. So I'm not terribly worried. There are 2 active tornado warnings in south and east of Nashville. I'm going to take this out of Huntsville, Alabama. We haven't checked on them yet. We'll have that information coming up here in just a couple of moments. We can take a look at latest model information before we wrap this up. I think we are getting close to wrapping up, by the way. I'm still waiting on dinner. I almost ate earlier. It was so close. And then, yeah, family emergency. Whew. Okay, so we're going to pick this up right where we are at. Right here. Wait, no, that's not right. We're here. Right around 10 p.m. Almost 10. So here you go. Let's take a look at the future. And we'll get back to level 2 radar in a moment. So future radar showing you storms as they progress east from here. They will weaken a lot. First for Kentucky, then they're going to weaken in Tennessee, then they're weakening up and down the line. I think that tornado threat is pretty much 0 for Kentucky. Still a small one in Tennessee. And it's going to be a little bit elevated down in Mississippi and, again, moving into southwestern Alabama. But like we've seen, I see no evidence of really strong super cellular type of storm. So for the most part, anything that does develop should be pretty weak. It's the radar out of Huntsville looking northward. Tornado warning for northwestern Warren, northeastern Cannon counties, but again, on radar, it's just not impressive. It's just not, which is good. That's good. That's what you want. Tornado warning in effect for Coffee. That's northwestern Coffee County and central Cannon counties, also in Tennessee. But again, like the other ones, I just don't see much of a threat. I really don't. You know. But tornado warning is a tornado warning, as they say. They're not all the same. You guys know that. Okay. Hi, Chris. Tornado watch was issued for areas with highest confidence. That's coming down to... We don't have a new tornado watch, do we? No, yeah, all the watches are being dropped. Good. Good. All right, well, this baby is winding down. I'm happy to say finally, it's been a long day. I think this broadcast has been going for about 5 hours now. Sure, we had to skip out for a little bit, but happy to continue to provide the coverage. Andrew's got family in Tennessee, she says. And yeah, things are definitely looking better. The 2 tornado warnings, honestly, not much to look at. But severe winds for sure in Tennessee. Here's a look at level 2. So yeah, these are widespread 60 plus mile per hour winds, locally 70. So a lot of wind out there, but after you get that gust, things really begin to improve as it moves off to the east. So with that being said, I'm going to do a final scan on all of our radar imagery. If I don't see a reason to stay on, I'm not going to. And I'll probably call it a night, which would be just fine by me. Let's see if there's any new information coming in from the Weather Service. New. Just severes, tornado warnings. Some of them are going to be expiring soon. Just a few trees and power lines down. Central southern Mississippi, not a huge deal. Wind gusts of 65 miles per hour. Coming out of Crystal Springs in Mississippi. Yeah, if you want to know the reason for the storm, why was it so large? Look no further than this. Look at these jet stream winds. And huge low pressure. Huge low pressure located right across the northern tier of southern Canada. It's almost like a displacement of the polar vortex. Almost. Big low. Huge amount of wind energy in the upper levels around the base of that low. And as that interacted with the warm, the moist air, well, you know what the result was. All of this conducive for the development of severe weather this time of the year. These winds interacting with moisture out of the Gulf, pulling in dry, cool air out of the Rockies, cold air out of Canada. And you get that clash of the seasons. That's what we've been watching. That's what we've been dealing with. Hey, let's look at some model information. You know what? Let's look ahead. Why not? Why not? I've got a captive audience, don't I? All right, let's go ahead. Let's do this together. So let's pick things up. This is where we're at right now. That storm exits. Somebody was asking about rain and thunderstorms on the East Coast tomorrow. But yeah, man, it's nothing like what we saw today. Showers, yeah. A couple rumbles of thunder maybe. And then we got some cooler air moving into the northeast as we head on into the weekend. Pretty cold for this time of the year, actually. Got a little disturbance, bringing some showers across eastern U.S., southeastern U.S. here as we head towards Sunday. Snow for the upper Midwest here, Sunday, Monday. Yeah, a little wet snow across the Great Lakes here. If we work our way into the latter half of April, some wet snow in the higher elevations of the southern tier across portions of western New York and PA. That'll be Monday. And then according to the GFS, this would probably be our next severe threat coming up on about April 21st. So we may actually get a break. Outside of some rogue severe storms down along the Gulf Coast, the next more widespread event, if the GFS is correct, going to hold itself off until sometime around next Wednesday. So about a week. About a week. So that'd be good. It would really be good to get a little bit of a break. It's been a busy, I mean, very, very busy few days. Let's see. What's it look like for our friends down here? Let's go to HRRR and take a look at what's happening across the south, what's to be expected. Storms pretty robust right now. Again, gradual weakening. The tornado threat will gradually go away overnight tonight. You'll keep some healthy thunderstorms down along the Gulf Coast, though. And those should maintain just about most of the night and before they finally decay. They will decay. So it's going to be a gradual process. The entire area should gradually weaken as we go throughout the overnight period tonight. It is 9:47. I'm just watching those 2 tornado warnings across east central Tennessee right now. Kentucky, you're done. Say that they did issue another one. Ugh. It's frustrating. All right. Well, we'll at least take a look at it. You know, it's their world. We're just living in it. And then we'll take one more look at Mississippi before we wrap this up too. So we will pull this out of kind of a no man's land. Let's go to Wilmington. Andrew is a fan of the colorful weather maps. I am too, actually. Okay, so we got that circulation located south of Falmouth. And let's see if there's any truth to that. I have no evidence. But we're also, about 4,000 or 5,000 feet. I don't have any evidence that it is producing. So take it for what it is. Tornado warning, routine. Not so sure this is really doing a whole lot, but tornado warning for Bracken County and southeastern Pendleton County in northern Kentucky until 10:15. There you go. That's my public service for the day. The tornado warning in central Tennessee is set to expire in the next 15 minutes. Let's see, these storms still located in east central Mississippi. Still got some warnings there. That one, these should both be, they just look ugly. I mean, not very organized. But Brooksville in Mississippi, tornado warning for you. Macon, Mississippi, tornado warning for you. And then down here where it's a little bit more organized, that is going to be Enterprise, Mississippi. It's located near Fellowship to Rose Hill, Enterprise, Beatrice, and if it holds together, it continues to move to the east. Okay, coming out of Jackson, they're saying they do have structural damage, multiple trees down in Nina, Way, and Noxa, Patar communities in Winston County. Entrapments being reported in some structures. That doesn't sound good. That's a local emergency management out of Jackson, Mississippi. I'm going to see if we got anything coming across on social media covering any of that. I don't see anything new. Okay, nothing new out of Tennessee. All right, here's some pictures coming out of from Greg Shopker. Greg Shopker out at WDRB. Used to work with this guy. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, so this is Fern Creek down Bardstown Road, and this is where we think we had a tornado touchdown. It looked like it was confirmed on radar. See that power pole just snapped in half. That's dangerous. That is a dangerous situation. You don't want to be near that. Don't want to be near that. Those wires live, man. That's not good. So hopefully Greg kept his distance down there. It's an interesting picture. Hard to tell what we're looking at. They're calling it a funnel cloud. It's taken from inside the house. Very difficult to see. Stone Lakes subdivision in Louisville, near Kelly's Road. I looked at the pictures of the massive shelf cloud. I don't see any new tornado images, so things are looking better. Weather Service is still chiming. Sounds like they've got new information coming in, so I'm going to check back with that. Okay. Sounds like things are calming down for Louisville, Lexington. Still some wind and some thunderstorms, but overall things are looking better. I'm afraid that Mississippi is going to be dealing with this for a little bit longer. Probably longer than I'd like to stay on it. Let's go back over to level 2 radar in northern Kentucky. And yeah, I mean, just really minor circulations here. I'll be very surprised if this produces a tornado, but they're keeping that warning for Brooksville. Downwind, it's just a severe thunderstorm warnings elsewhere. I'm going to let that one go. I mean, there's just no reason to believe that it's going to produce. Yeah, I mean, it's just not enough juice for it to do anything. I mean, we're down to almost no CAPE. I mean, convective available potential energy, that is. Let's do one more check out of Nashville. And you can see, I'm going to take the fronts off on this map here. And precipitation and satellite. But what I will put on here is the convective outlook now that it's been updated. Look, I got rid of the moderate, and all they got is this tiny little sliver of an enhanced, which most of the storms are now moving out of that. So they're going to have to update again. The show is over, is what I'm saying, and the exception down here in southeastern Mississippi, where unfortunately they're probably going to have to endure a tornado risk into portions of western Alabama, southwestern Alabama over the next hour or two. But otherwise, we're looking a lot better. Let's go back to level 2, and this is east central Tennessee. One little tornado warning. Shows a little notch. Not there. I don't even see any communities in its path. This thing will be allowed to expire at 9 o'clock in 5 minutes. So that one's on the way out. And then we'll come on back to Mississippi one more time. Have that for you here in a minute. All right, so here's Mississippi, Laurel. Now that's a sizable town, actually, Laurel, and that actually looks like a decent little notch. Laurel, Mississippi, tornado warning for you. I would heed that right away. Laurel, Mississippi, you've got a tornado warning on top of you now. The other warning that's north of Laurel, I'm going to touch on that, then we're going to move straight to Laurel. This is Macon and Brooksville. Circulation is very weak. It's just not there. Highly doubtful that that is producing. Okay? So I do want to focus a little bit on Laurel, Mississippi. We'll have that. And take off that convective outlook. Oh, so yeah, little notch approaching Laurel, Mississippi. There's definitely a circulation there. Let me get the counties on that for you. Laurel, Mississippi. Circulation's right on top of you. You need to be taking your shelter now. Laurel, Mississippi. Let's go back over to level 2. Take a look at that together. Okay, so the warning on this, Laurel, Mississippi. Let's Jones County till 9:45. Jones County until 9:45 Central Time. Ooh, that's a long-winded warning, but that notch is pretty pronounced. So if there's a tornado, it's going to get close to the town of Laurel. Uh-oh. We might have a TDS. Oh no. Are they saying confirmed? Did not say confirmed, did it? No, it said radar indicated tornado. I'm showing what it kind of looks like debris. It's not 100%. It's right over Laurel, though, whatever it is. Put that into motion, and I'm going to check with the Weather Service out of Jackson and see what they're saying. Oh, I see. This warning's coming out of Mobile Bay. Is that right? Is Laura Mobile or is that Jackson? That should be Jackson, right? No, that is Jackson. So what is Jackson saying? Yeah, that's Clark County. That is Jackson. They haven't talked about it in about 5 minutes. They just said it continues and that it's radar indicated. So, all right. Well, hopefully you guys took your precautions down there in Laurel, Mississippi. That thing's on top of you now. You do have another tornado warning to the north of you. Stonewall, Enterprise. Let's see if I can get some counties on there. It also says Clark County. They can't both be Clark County. That's Jones County for Laurel, and to the north that's Clark County. Either way, I'm a little more concerned with the Laurel circulation, so I'm going to stay on it for a minute. Yeah, it does kind of look like a debris signature, but maybe not. I may be reading that wrong. It doesn't line up perfectly with the velocity couplet. Yes, Chandra, I've been tracking Mississippi weather for you. I do hope you appreciate it. Now, downwind of Laurel, they have expanded a large severe thunderstorm warning, so maybe that's not their expectation. It's a pretty good notch, though. You see a little mezzo low up here where they had that other tornado warning near Macon. You can see how the spin in the atmosphere there. A little mezzo low pressure. And they can sometimes help to... And they're still warning stuff way far north. Is this coming out of Jackson, Kentucky? We'll take a look at that. It just won't let it go. Let it go. Alright, so Laurel's got that circulation. It just doesn't want to leave them. Why does it feel like it's been on them for a while? Alright, let's see what's happening. Let's go on over to Radar Omega. Still looking at Mississippi. In the meantime, I'm does look like that storm is through Laurel now. Still showing a pretty good little circulation right on top of Laurel. See if Jackson's talking about that at all. Not really. Okay. They've got a tornado warning near Maysville, Kentucky. It's really to the north of that, though. And again, I'm not keen up there. I just don't think that there's enough energy for that to actually occur. But that's what they say. We'll get to that in a moment. The circulation that was on top of Laurel has now moved. It's now weakened some. It's broadened out. So, okay. So we're going to let that go. And then we're going to investigate this up in Kentucky because they just won't let the tornado warnings go in Kentucky. I don't know why. It seems highly unlikely at this point that they're actually producing. But, you know, not a whole lot we can do about that. We have no tornado warnings in Tennessee now, just severe. Let's take a look at the radar out of Wilmington coming up. So there you go. This is the Ohio River, Maysville to Augusta, Kentucky, south of Georgetown, Ohio. Somewhere in there they think there is something spinning. I don't know if it actually is. I don't have a lot of evidence on my radar. Let's put it that way. But that's what these guys get paid to do. Issue tornadoes. They issued the tornado. They're making the tornado. Well, maybe it's just straight line wind. Can you go with straight line wind? Right? Why can't it be just straight line wind? The damage, even if you are to get a weak tornado on the ground, it's not going to be any different than straight line wind. Just be a severe thunderstorm. Don't overplay your hand, because one day this area is going to get hit by a real tornado, and these people are like, oh yeah, the last several didn't do anything. So why should we act now? I'm not a fan of overwarning storms. I'm just not a fan. But that's what they do. Here we go. Radar indicated tornado. Rotation hard to find, but we found it somewhere. I'm not sure where. It said severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado was located near Brooksville, moving east at 50 miles per hour. That was at 10:04, 2 minutes ago. Brooksville. Well, let's go. 2 minutes ago. What did it look like? I mean, seriously. You got to have one heck of an imagination to say that that's producing a tornado. You got to have one heck of an imagination. I mean, they're looking at the same data I am. They are looking at the same data. And I just don't understand why they do that. You know? I mean, it's not going to verify. Why? Doesn't make any sense to me. Whatever. Treat it however you'd like. Officially, there's a tornado warning for these counties. Where is it at? Oh, they're going to cancel Central Claremont County. Okay, they've canceled that one. But it continues for Mason County, northeastern Bracken County, and southern Brown County. I'm not going to spend any more time on it because I'm not buying it. To the south, they do continue with severe thunderstorms. They're now through Lexington, Georgetown, Frankfort. But severe thunderstorm warnings for Mount Sterling. You head south to Mount Vernon. Eastern Kentucky, these would be probably for 60 mile per hour winds. 60 mile per hour winds. So these storms are definitely weakening. And you just have some warnings down there. Severe thunderstorm warnings into eastern Tennessee. But everything's on the way out. And guess what? I'm on the way out too. I am on the way out. I'm doing one final check from the Weather Service, one final check of radar, one final check from social media images. And I got nothing. So that's good. All right, no news is good news, and that's where I'm at. All right, final check. Okay, I don't see anything new. No reason to keep you guys hostage. Not that you're hostage. I mean, you could be doing any number of things right now. But I think this one's done. I think it is done. I'm happy we didn't have more issues. I'm happy that it wasn't a more severe storm. Obviously, it was stormy. We're going to be picking up tree limbs. We got power. That's out. And we've had a few weak touchdowns. But it could have been a lot worse. I'm very happy it turned out the way that it did. All right, there's a look at the big picture one more time. The storms are moving rapidly east, but they're also losing their punch. That tornado threat will remain across the south for the next hour or two. But again, it's on the way out. There's a weakening trend noted down there as well. So I just want to thank you guys for being on. Okay, thanks for stopping by. Remember us next time for all of your severe weather needs. Okay, all of your severe weather needs. In the meantime, thanks for stopping by. You guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. And we're going to go ahead and bring this one to a close. Thanks for all you do. You guys stay alert, stay safe, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay, have a great night.